that I will at all times
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
In his inaugural address, President John Mahama assured the youth of the country that his new administration will create decent jobs for them.
Hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future.
He assured Ghanaians that the overwhelming votes cast in his favor during the December 7 presidential election will yield the desired fruits.
To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism.
President Mahama also spoke about his relationship with former President Akufo-Addo, emphasizing the mutual respect and camaraderie that have defined their relationship over the years.
It seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction, because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties, and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, And as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, two much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have, without exception, been a worthy opponent.
Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was a special guest of honor at the inauguration ceremony, expressed strong confidence in President John Dramani Mahama.
It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people.
President Tinubu commended Mahama's leadership and voiced optimism about the positive changes and progress his administration will bring to Ghana.
As an African, in resolute support of Ghana and our people, this moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare.
Huge congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. In his inaugural speech, President John Dramani Mahama called on the business community to join forces with his administration to turn around the country's fortunes and create much-needed employment and wealth for development, to foster a supportive business environmental process. Mahama's administration plans to implement tax reforms, making it easier for businesses to thrive in the country.
The move aims to stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and increase wealth creation. President Mahama emphasized the importance of creating an enabling environment for businesses to flourish, particularly indigenous Ghanaian businesses. His administration plans to provide incentives such as tax breaks to encourage businesses to invest in rural areas and create jobs for young people.
The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation.
The president also highlighted the need to promote entrepreneurship, innovation, and skills development to drive economic growth.
We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs.
We focus on the Vice President now. The swearing in of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as Ghana's first female Vice President is a historical landmark in the political dispensation. She swore the oath of allegiance with John Dramani Mahama, who is now the 6th President of Ghana under the 4th Republic. My colleague Evelyn Timma has more in the following report.
It is now official that Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. She has made history by becoming Ghana's first female Vice President, an important milestone in the country's political landscape. On January 7, she was sworn in, taking the oath of allegiance and secrecy alongside President John Dramani Mahama.
I, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Professor Nana Jane's achievement is a testament to her dedication and hard work, having served as Minister for Education from 2013 to 2017 and as the first female Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast from 2008 to 2012. Her leadership style and vision for Ghana have resonated with many, and her inauguration is widely celebrated as a step forward for gender inclusivity in politics. As Vice President, Professor Nana Jane is expected to champion gender equality and drive progress for women across the country. Her emphasis on empowerment and inclusion aligns with findings that suggest greater female representation at the highest levels of government. She brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the role, and many Ghanaians, especially women, look to the professor to create more opportunities, challenge inequality, and oppose policies that sideline women. Already in her acceptance speech when the party won the elections in December, she emphasized the importance of holding the door open for others. Evelyn Tinkma, TV3 News, Accra.
History has indeed been made. Speaker of Parliament Alban Kingsford Suman Agbagben has reaffirmed his commitment to serve Ghanaians in the newly composed 9th Parliament. He spoke exclusively to media generals. Bless God's brain smart.
I have been in the service of my people and mankind for all these years. So wherever I go, I'm able to enlist the confidence and trust of the people. That is all. And that is not through my strength, it's not my might, it's by divine grace. I think that is the upbringing. I, from the royal family, and were brought up to rather serve, not to allow others to serve us. And so through humility, I'm able to inure into the heart of people. And that is only the secret. The secret is that we are not in power, but we are in service of the people. If you want to think that you are in power and you can control people, then you have a problem. Because the power is rather in the people. And the people have called you up to serve them. And they want you to serve them in a specific area of their lives. I never take anything for granted, because the large numbers we have coming from the NDC is also a challenge. And I should be able to get them to focus more on national interests, the collective interests of all Ghanaians, whether you are NDC or MPP or PNC or independent. That is what matters to me, and that will be a challenge. But I hope with the 2 deputies that I have, I'll have some briefing space to rely on them in my absence.
Let's now focus on yesterday's event more and speak to the people. It was a thrilling moment for many who traveled from near and far to the Independence Square for the inauguration of the President and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Some women also emphasized the profound importance of having the nation's first female Vice President. My colleague Safua Buahin has more in the following report.
For grand occasions as these, we tend to have the presence of vendors and hawkers who come around to make some good sales. And so we will be engaging with some of them who have been here throughout the morning till now to see how sales have been, and if solely they came to only sell and buy or to also experience this momentous occasion for themselves. So I have with me here a young woman who has been selling what we call a bronen katia. Because of Juma, and I say occasion, one definitely for the books, a tapestry of culture and history right here happening at the Independence Square, also known as the Black Star Square, where we are encountering the inauguration and the swearing-in of the President-elect and the Vice Presidential-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Oboku-Agyemang. And as you can see right behind me, party faithfuls and the populace already here at the Independence Square making merry, jubilating, celebrating the occasion. So I will draw now to speak to some few others.
In fact, we are very, very excited. Looking at what Nana Addo took us through. A lot of youth have traveled out of the country simply because of Akufo-Addo's performance. So Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God, he has brought us somebody who cares about the youth. And we are very, very excited. I don't know, personally, I decided to travel if NPP had won. And Mahama, being the leader of NDC, I will stay. And I will encourage every youth to stay and work solidly behind him, inshallah.
My name is Moses from Upper East, Kasana and Kana district.
So you came all the way from Upper East?
Yeah, I'm here with my group. I have a group, cultural group. I am a cultural dancer. So always we support Mahama, John Jumalu. We are happy that, Mahama is back. We are so happy. So we want to thank everybody that no fighting, no cry, no anything.
Actually, what motivated me to come here is I want to come and then view the area for myself. I don't want anybody to tell me. I want to see the evidence that really Professor and then John Mahama has won and they are swearing them in today. Yes, today is my first time. I have to leave my work and come and witness what is happening today.
As a pastors in the land, we have to pray for John Dramani Mahama, the newly president, to fulfill all his promises, to make Ghanaians happy. Because honestly speaking, the system was too hard for every Ghanaian. Yes, it's a prophecy. We're doing my 31st prophecy. Mahama is coming to be like more than Kwame Nkrumah, because he has done some before. So Mahama will set a serious legacy.
For many female attendees at the inauguration, the swearing-in of the country's first female vice president holds great significance.
Having the first female vice president of Ghana is such a momentous achievement for us, for all Ghanaian women, considering the fact that we recently signed the affirmative action, and then now we have a first female vice president. Is really significant. It sets a bar high for what women and girl child in Ghana can achieve, and I'm very, very proud of this achievement.
We, the women too, we now have a say in Ghana. She's there to talk on our behalf. What is good for us, as she promised that she's bringing the women bank. I know she will definitely do it, and then will also benefit and our kids, and then where everybody will benefit from it. We are very grateful.
It's a very remarkable and a historic day in our lives. To come all the way from Volta region just to witness today's program. In fact, it's indeed a day we can't forget. More so, having a female as the running mate for the president of Ghana today. In fact, it is to we the women and ladies out there, it is a challenge. We admire her so much, and we aspire to become like a running mate.
Today I'm so fulfilled, and I know definitely that most of Ghanaian women out there are also super excited, because we know that now we are fully represented as women in Ghana. And also this time governance, they will definitely consider women our needs, and then we'll be okay, because we have a lot of challenges as women.
As the nation ushered in a new chapter under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, the Nima market and its environs were abuzz with reactions to the inauguration. Traders, residents, shoppers shared their views on the president swearing in and the expectations for his tenure.
So help me God.
So help me God.
For many, the president's inaugural speech was a rallying call for unity and development. Traders at the Nima market expressed optimism about President Mahama's ability to improve the economy. We know things will get better, especially for us with children. He has done it before, and he will surely fulfill his promises. God should help John Dramani Mahama to make Ghana better again. Others were cautiously hopeful.
We are praying for God to let Ghana to be champion for Africa. And you know, we Ghanaians, we are champions. We are clean people for Africa. We are understanding people. Look how these strangers all come, but we don't mind.
The president should hold every corrupt individual accountable.
In 8 years, very tired, I swear. So I thank God that Mahama come, and I believe we work.
The atmosphere in the area remained lively, with many citizens calling for unity and urging the new administration to focus on national development. As President Mahama begins his tenure, the voices reflect the hopes and challenges facing the new administration. Citizens eagerly await the fulfillment of promises and meaningful changes in their lives.
Let's now head to the Central Region, the home region of Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, where residents are hopeful that the new administration will work to improve the economy.
Some youth the news team engaged with in Cape Coast want the government to keep its promise of creating jobs.
The youth of Cape Coast needs work to do. We have a lot of land elsewhere to do. If they're bringing in other infrastructure things, maybe industry for them to work on. Previous government, they said they were doing a wharf and then a landing site. Let's just presume if the wharf was done, how is going to help those people, the fisher folks, those that are able and capable of working at the fishery site. They could even work there. So what we are attending and what we are expecting is, let this thing come to Cape Coast. Then expect that we can do the best of it. That's all.
I voted for NDC because I believe there's been so many corruption cases or there we investigate. So oral, as in Operation Retrieve All Loot, say Wambada personally 2028 move vote against NDC because that is one major reason I'm voting for NDC. I want them to retrieve all the money sankofo wafa under the carpet yenyi moshe. Okuja to a blocker, for example, or there's so many issues about. But the question is, are you propaganda and are you true? NDC will determine whether it's true or not.
For traders, they are looking forward to the establishment of the Women's Bank with hopes of enhancing their businesses through financial support.
Young market women, I tilapia association. Yet as the
president should develop the Galilea market for us. We believe he has something positive for us. I'm very excited today. This is an experienced president. I want him to complete all the abandoned projects left in the bush.
Residents of Kaswa want the new government to institute quick measures to improve the economy.
I'm more than extraordinarily happy. I don't know exactly what to say. Actually, even the peaceful in that they did yesterday to date, I've not slept and my eyes are clearly watching this occasion. People of Central Region, we are very happy and we proud for the new president on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We know why he depend Obasiya.
Meanwhile, the Chidomhine of Faumanye in the Gumua East constituency of the Central Region, Nana Kojoakwa, urged the new government to streamline and strengthen the free senior high school policy.
The focus of education should be permanently resolved so that it doesn't turn up to be that all time when a political party comes to power, then you change the educational system. Let's have the benefit of good students coming up and pushing them into create a common entrance system. Let's bring back the common entrance system.
We now head to the Ashanti regional capital because some youth in Kumasi have welcomed President John Dramani Mahama's bold resolve to implement some 26 actions aimed at addressing economic challenges, creating jobs and improve social services in his first 120 days in office. However, I expect timely implementation of the promises. My colleague Ibrahim Abubakar has more.
For some residents in Kumasi, they wouldn't want to be left out of what they described as history in the making. Hence their decision to bus themselves to the Independence Square to witness the swearing in of the second coming of John Dramani Mahama as the President of Ghana.
We organized ourselves to go and witness the second coming of the Messiah, John Dramani Mahama, to come and reset the country for us because there have been hardship after hardships for the past 8 years.
Others who couldn't travel remained glued to their television set and phones, monitoring happenings at the event ground. Some also would rather observe the day with prayers to commit the newly sworn-in president and his vice to the hands of God for protection and guidance. President John Mahama, in his inaugural address, reaffirmed his government determination to reset the country and make it a better place.
The president was spot on. He did touch on
every aspect of governance and then the economy. So I'm really enthused about what he did. And then I am expecting that the economy would bounce back. Prices of goods and services will begin to stabilize, if not even reducing.
As youth, and as he is bringing in 24-hour economy, which will which some people termed it as 133, which is one job, 3 shifts, 3 personnel. So with all these policies, as young people, we see it to be the best policies. So we are looking forward to seeing that we actually implement all that he has said.
A lot of youth are in the house without any job. So we are expecting a lot from him. To what he has promised us, we should fulfill his promise to the youth so that he will bring a lot of jobs and also ensure that he will implement the 24 hours economy.
In his first 120 days, President Mahama pledges swift, decisive action to address Ghana's urgent needs, focusing on economic stability, infrastructure, and social equity to deliver real change for all citizens. Will he be able to effectuate this promise within the stipulated time frame? The expectation from many Ghanaians is obviously high, and many have already begun the countdown and will not want any form of excuse. Ibrahim Abubakar, TV3 News.
Expectations are indeed high from citizens. The European Union has laid out conditions under which it can support President John Dramani Mahama's proposed 24-hour economy policy. Speaking at a media briefing in Accra, Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs Bernard Quinten stressed the importance of establishing the right systems to ensure the successful implementation of the policy, while reaffirming the EU's commitment to working with Ghana's new government.
The Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bernard Quinten, led a delegation representing Belgium and the European Union at the inauguration of President John Mahama.
Obviously, what we can do as a government via the tools that we have, it's to promote investment. It's to bring via for what's Belgium concerned, the regional agencies to bring enterprises, to be entrepreneurs, to be investors in Ghana, but also, I would insist, at a certain policy to bring Ghanaian entrepreneurs and investors in Belgium and elsewhere in Europe. Why? Because the environment that is business-minded is good. I mean, I heard the president speaking of accountability. We know what it means. Huh? It didn't have to say much more. We know what it means. And when you link accountability, we know what he is speaking of, and that is very important. And that is where I feel more comfortable to go back to my country and to speak with the Federation of Enterprises, say, you know, guys, go there. Look, it's interesting. At least it's a business-minded environment.
Discussions focused on critical issues, including the security situation in the Sahel, the fight against jihadism, and exploring economic development opportunities.
Very importantly, in the security matters, the European Union has become the first partner in security matters first partner of Ghana on security matters, and that is very important. We know the challenges that Ghana and all the region, being the Central Sahel, but also the coastal states, are facing, and I wanted to reiterate in the name of the European Union and its member states the full commitment of the European Union in helping Ghana, but all the region to cope with those security challenges.
The visit highlights the growing partnership between the EU, Belgium, and Ghana in addressing key regional and global challenges.
Let's shift our attention to health now. Efforts are underway to get all the nurses trained in foreign countries to return to Ghana and assist with Ghana's healthcare needs. Diaspora nurses have also signed a memorandum of understanding with the Nursing and Midwifery Council to register these nurses. This came to light at the second annual Ghanaian Diaspora Nursing Alliance Conference held in Accra.
The latest Ghana Human Development Report warns that the country's health system could worsen if immediate steps are not taken to address the mass exodus of doctors and nurses trained in Ghana. The report asserts that so far, 24% of nurses trained in Ghana are currently working abroad due to poor working conditions. To reverse the trend, the Ghana Diaspora Nursing Alliance is seeking to bring in a lot more diasporans to make up for the lost numbers. The event, attended by high-profile individuals, including the president of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Perpetual Furiampofo, is the second of its kind in Ghana. Co-Director of Education, Dr. Daniel Kwame, said the move will impact Ghana.
What we are doing is to try and get all the nurses that were trained, in the foreign countries to bring back all the expertise that they've gained to help with the health economy in Ghana.
President of the Ghana Diaspora Nursing Alliance, Dr. Yvonne Commodore Mensah, said the Beyond the Year of Return presents a perfect opportunity for the program.
How do we engage nurses and midwives who come to Ghana to have a good time, but how do we engage them to talk about how we can uplift the nursing profession? But how do we also serve the community? So every year when we come for our conference and gala, we also have a health fair where we're in the community and we're providing care.
Meanwhile, Jacqueline Morrison, a retired nurse, having practiced for 38 years, said support for pregnancy loss and postnatal depression is limited in Ghana.
I look at the areas that I'm interested in, pregnancy loss and postnatal depression. The support is somewhat limited here in Ghana. What I want to do is to give back and to provide support for women here in Ghana.
The big question here, will these nurses indeed return home? Let us hear from you on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TV3 Ghana. My name is Godwin Asidiba. We have a lot more for you here on TV3. See you soon. Bye.
in urban areas and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your vote will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I am worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years, we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren.
Hello, good morning. It's a wrap-up day for us, Election Command Center. And after that swearing-in ceremony of President John Dramani Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman were here today. And we are going to make sure that as we welcome you for a continuation of a special analysis session and wrap-up today, we will dissect the key takeaways from President Mahama's inaugural address, also examining the governance and economic priorities that certainly will shape Ghana's future.
And most definitely will also reflect on yesterday's historic ceremony. We'll explore the President's vision for Ghana, analyzing the promises and the challenges that he is bound to face, from the economic hurdles to the national unity conversation. We'll delve into the critical issues that will define John Dramani Mahama's administration.
And of course, throughout the morning, we'll engage with experts and viewers alike, discussing the implications of Mahama's presidency and what it means for Ghana's future. Of course, we'll also want to hear from you. Share your assessment of yesterday's ceremony and your takeaways with us. How do you envision President Mahama's governance, and what are your hopes and expectations for the next 4 years? Follow us on all our platforms, TrueNews.com, Facebook, and YouTube, as we bring you real-time updates.
And real-time means the countdown has begun for the 120 days
Started
of
yesterday,
the action
actually.
plan. So yes. Here we are. And I'm sure that by this morning, when John Dramani Mahama gets to the office after his security briefings, he'll be thinking about the media and critical voices like Professor Kobi Mensah and others who will be watching with keen eyes and also taking the time and the card as the time goes on.
Indeed.
We'll see you after the break.
And it means you don't have to go anywhere. This wrap-up edition for the day also will mean that you have to stick with us, because we're going to delve into President Mahama's first day in office, examining the significant changes implemented at the presidency, and would also provide you great interest as well as insight into his initial decisions on his first day, and also updates on the emergency power meetings that will be convened today to address Ghana's pressing energy concerns. And those who are watching us on social media, especially Facebook, YouTube, etc., we encourage you, make sure you share the stream. Let's have some critical issues to come and talk about. And already you've been told by Johnny Hughes, we have Professor Kobi Mensah already joining us, but there are a number of subjects and things that we need to take a look at. First day, counting on that 120-day promise that will also mean that we have to do those discussions right here. Well, one of those critical issues...
Just so before you go, we're live on 3FM 92.7, your Urban Lifestyle Radio. You were going to say?
Yeah, and you already know that concern that had been raised by John Jenapo, the former Deputy Energy Minister, about how so-called the Akufo-Addo government did not buy for the next couple of weeks. He's counting for about 8 weeks fuel to be able to power the plants, and then also those negotiations that needed with the IPPs, and so doomsday could be looming. And then the sharp rebuttal by Henry Crapper, who at the time, before they left office, was managing the sector, also means that we have to be concerned with the energy sector.
I'd gone 2 weeks ago or so to the filling station, and I was told, that's my regular filling station, I was told that there is no fuel. However, because I'm a regular customer, they afforded me some 300 Ghana cedis fuel, Wow. And then the week after, I went to that fuel station again. There was no fuel, right? So I had to go to a fuel station that I'd never been to, and I'm very choosy and picky about where I buy my fuel. And they had some fuel that I had to get. So I asked the question, is there an imminent shortage of fuel? They couldn't answer. Because what I do know is that usually when fuel prices are about to shoot up, then you have these artificial shortages being created by those who sell the fuel so that, you know, the prices can go up. But I have not seen an increase really around this time. And I'm wondering, is there really a shortage? That would perhaps lend credence to what John Jinapor said. Because prior to the elections, the conversation about the debt to the IPPs came to the fore. So did the elections wish it away? After the elections, how much did we pay? And that's where I have a problem with those who sat at the table, at the transition table. Because on a daily basis, the people of the Republic of Ghana, who are the taxpayers, who buy from boxer shorts to handkerchiefs for these duty bearers, they must tell us what the books look like. They must not just come and allow figures to be thrown at us and expect that that should be our reality. They must tell us, this is what we are inheriting. IPPs are owed so much. If we are not able to pay IPPs within this period of time, this will be the repercussion on you, the individual. This will be the repercussion on your transport system, etc. Then we know. Yeah. But they've kept it under wraps as if it's some holy grail that have to be preserved by a certain bloodline.
You hear some of the NDC people, perhaps who have information about what transpired within the transition team, that they were told going along that there was enough fuel to take care of our system.
I don't want second-hand information. But again, I want first-hand information.
Indeed.
Who sat at the table? Who saw the books? Yeah. Who flipped the pages? Who saw what was in there?
What I find contradictory as regards what John Jinapor is telling us now, as we saw yesterday, is what the president said in his last State of the Nation address when he spoke before Parliament and said that, well, in terms of the legacy debt, we didn't increase it, we didn't touch it, $2.5 billion, we still left it where it was, but we kept the light on. And he kept emphasizing that we are leaving office keeping the light on. If indeed we have kept the light on and just a day, or actually on the day the man was sworn in, we are getting concerns from then Energy Minister, Deputy, I believe, that we are going to have a looming crisis on our hands, then I'm wondering whether indeed the lights were left on a very good note.
Roland, you know, I go back to the 2021 State of the Nation address by President Akufo-Addo. In that State of the Nation address, he was in Parliament assuring everybody, parliamentarians, Ghanaians, and perhaps injecting falsehood into the narrative by the Hansard, that Ghana, by the reason of the Planting for Food and Jobs program, had now become a net exporter of food, including tomatoes, onions, maize, rice, soya, etc. Right? That was what he said. If anybody can go back to that State of the Nation address. On that same day, when he had made that comment, there were some tomato importers, Roland, remember, stuck at the Burkina border, who were threatening that if they were not giving enough security, they would stop importing tomatoes into this country. Nana Addo left Parliament and instructed the then Minister for National Security, Kandapa, to provide immediate security for those tomato sellers to import tomato into this country. What kind of a walking contradiction is that? So if you tell me that in his last State of the Nation address, he said he kept the light on. Yeah. I say, well...
And leaving with the light on.
Right.
Emphasis.
So I have read the 20... I listened to it. I read it again when the tomato importers started making those noises. And I said, look, if you tell me that because of Planting for Food and Jobs, we are now a net exporter of whatever, and now one of the commodities that is supposed to be being net exported, is now being imported, and
but
the people
again,
are being...
that's where we find a contradiction, because I remember in one of my interviews with Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, who was still then the majority leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, he said it clearly that a lot of Ghanaians prefer, for instance, tomatoes from outside Burkina Faso because they feel it has more flesh as compared to our own tomatoes, which is a bit watery. They prefer onions from outside, and so it's a fact. And if you check really how much we are spending on importing tomatoes, onions, we don't even want to talk about rice, sugar, and oil. Those are huge sums of money. So
I don't quite get it, because if I plant tomatoes at my backyard, I still get more flesh. It's not watery. So what exactly was he talking about? And again, was it not the same as Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, who, when Kwesi Amokwata had Kwesi Amokwata, right?
Roads Minister.
Roads Minister, he had cancelled the road tolls on his own volition.
Yeah.
After Ken Ofori-Atta had said that, look, before Ken Ofori-Atta had said that, look, pending parliamentary approval of this budget, right, we will not cancel road tolls. Road tolls will still be a revenue line for us. He cancelled it. Oseche Mensah-Bonsu came to Parliament to come and tell us that people were fighting at the 38 tolling points, and that it was becoming a national security issue. That was why the minister cancelled it. Until up to today, has he been able to tell us that which of the tolling points people were fighting at? And has he reported it to the police as a responsible citizen and leader of this country that people were misbehaving and so go and arrest them? We must stop. We expect our leaders who are grayed in their hair, who are flecks of grey in their hair, to stop lying openly to the people. Because the youngsters today are watching. My son of Brimpong is watching. My son of Saberima is watching. We cannot continue like that. And then when you say, they say, oh, you are being disrespectful. How have we been disrespectful this morning?
I mean, the important thing is that when they say, as journalists, we are supposed to cross-check.
You critically ask questions.
Well, certainly.
Well, our information from the transition team also indicates that the power issues and the build-up by way of what the legacy debts now have crossed the $3 billion mark.
Right.
And certainly we know that from 2016 into 2017, we had ESLA. It's been securitized. And so it means that we need to exact from the John Mahama government maybe an increment in ESLA somehow to be able to pay off that $3.5 billion debt. Because critically, you take a key look at the sector and you look at the efforts that were made by the Akufo-Addo-led government through negotiations. You take a look at 2021, 2022 with the various IPPs. Even by 2023, they said they'll pay them by July. It didn't happen. And by October, November, December, they were threatening to shut the lights. They even shut their generating plants before that time, etc. And so that critical input needs to be made. And then we need to know at what status are they discussing with the IPPs, the discussion they're having at the transitional table, or they had at the transitional table, for which they have the buy-in of the various IPPs. Because it's very important. Pockets are experiencing light out. If you take a recall or you relate it to what the former sector minister, Henry Krapa, is saying, we also have to admit that those discussions with the IPPs haven't been exhausted.
That's right.
We have not restructured how we intend paying them. And so if we have, let's say, areas getting light out today, it shouldn't be because it's a fault of a government that has come in. We have legacy issues in the sector. It also correlates to other sectors as well, and that reality must be communicated to the people.
You know that when the power goes off, it affects water flow as well.
It affects virtually everything.
Right.
How people tend to work within the value chain, whether they're seamstresses, etc.
You were fortunate to have attended the University of Ghana Business School. So when you say securitized, what does it mean? Well, for those of us who are unlettered.
If securitized basically means that you're collecting some amount of money, you're able to know that those receipts by way of the revenue, you are able to hedge some or take some to go take some credit or facility.
So the money that we put aside,
so for example, just to explain, so the revenues we got from ESLA, we decided to take some parts, promise some creditors that if they are able to buy some loans from us or some bonds from us, then we'll use that part revenue to be able to pay off.
So we use the money to borrow.
So for example, if we're taking X amount, we're willing to use Y from that X amount to be able to pay off over a period. That's what we did.
I want my big auntie who truncated their education at the primary school to understand.
So you get 100 Ghana cedis every month from ESLA.
Right.
You decide that I'll come to you, who has enough wealth, and say that I want to borrow 40 Ghana cedis from you.
Right.
And that I'm going to get that 40 I get from the 100 Ghana cedis from ESLA to be able to pay off plus interest every month from you. So basically that. So it means that out of the 100 of ESLA I get, 60 then is going to be used for what the initial objective for the setup of the fund will be, or that tax handle. And then the 40 Ghana cedis plus interest will have to come to you. How I get that interest will be cumulative because, remember, within the energy sector, Forex and the way it moves and the way the trajectory is, being how the CD behaves with the US dollar and the pound is very important. And so if we haven't been able to move the CD from downwards, 4 Ghana cedis as we met it, and it went to 6 by 2022, and not move it back to, let's say, 5, and now it is 17, 16, then it means that we're in trouble.
So basically, you're saying that we collected the people's taxes to say we want to use those taxes for the energy sector, and we ended up dividing the money to use part of the money for what we didn't tell the people we're going to use it for.
Basically security.
That is very irresponsible, is it not?
And again...
Well, if there's good reason why, let's say I say I'm going to use that money for buying a color television, and by me watching and getting myself educated, then I can go get better employment and then improve on my economic status and then buy additional TV.
No, Roland, you're speaking too much English. So I tell my family, let's contribute and cook jollof. And then by the time I return, I bring angwa and emo, and then I buy balloons. I say, well, let's blow balloons to an ad. That's what we have done, literally, with the ESLA money.
So your
we would have eaten, would have had a meal, rice, or oiled rice, or braised rice, or anointed rice, whatever you want to call it. Would have had a meal, but that was not the meal we intended to have. And then we have balloons that we actually did not ask for.
And what that
then in addition, just to explain, in addition, the question then will be, the balloons that I bring to the table after that jollof and then having securitized it, is it useful? However, if I go and bring tin fish in order to add to the jollof, then I'm adding something else.
That's right.
Then I could get better strength.
That's right.
I will be more agile. I can go into the market, go and work and get more money to buy better jollof or pay off.
That's correct.
But again, the point I just wanted to make was that you, and that's the point both you, Roland, and Johnny, you have said, that you put aside this money to want to take care of your legacy debt. Now, what we're hearing from the experts is that if we had kept that promise of, Roland, you said 100 cedis going into the ESLA, by now would have had over $5 billion, which would have been able to clear all the debts and even giving us profits. But because we decided to use the money for something else, you don't have anything. And now and I wanted to make that point because you came in with, is it time for us to increase how much goes into ESLA?
It's a question that we have to ask ourselves.
But if you keep increasing and you're using part of the money for what it's not meant for, why are you increasing it?
Exactly, because you would have made over $5 billion.
So
you would have cleared that debt.
That is why
the Ghanaian people are not, and the impression that has been created in the last 8 years that the Ghanaian people do not like paying taxes. That's another falsehood that was forcefully injected into the narrative. The Ghanaian people like to pay taxes. But you see, there's a link between tax mobilization and tax utilization. If they pay tax, like they have done in the case of the ESLA, they know that this energy sector levy is supposed to achieve a certain purpose. If on the blind side, the government now decides to use part of the money to borrow because of the recklessness that had been engaged in over the period, 123 ministers and more, what was the output? And they were chopping the money. So if you collect my money for the sector and you do not apply the money for the sector, you have no business coming to increase their taxes. And then when I complain, you say you people don't like paying taxes. Ghanaians love paying taxes. This morning, Ghanaians are paying taxes. Ghanaians will pay taxes. If they buy a bottle of water this morning, they will pay NHIL, they will pay VAT, they will pay COVID levy. If they bought it from a restaurant, they will pay tourism levy. They will pay some other levies. In addition to the water, just a bottle of water they have to drink.
When you have the opportunity, you go to the mall to buy
when you say Ghanaians don't like paying taxes,
and
I don't get it.
Taxes. Exactly.
We love paying taxes. We just want judicious use of our tax resources. Finish.
And I think that point also needs to be again re-emphasized because at the end of the day, there has been a promise made. Indeed, those promises were made by not only John Mahama, but also Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And if you take a look at those promises, it also means that once you remove a certain tax handle, pegged on a certain revenue outcome for which appropriation or how you're going to spend it is also related, then we have to ask ourselves the question, how do we plow back? Or what do we do? Do we then, let's say, for example, we say now we're going to have 60 ministers. Does it mean that it's going to reduce the cost of expenditure on wages and salaries when it comes to government business, etc.? And then also means that less people are going to get the new four-wheel drives that will be bought. And then we're not going to have...
Do we have to buy new
going to pay them
drives?
for maybe rent, etc. Because it's very important that we take our minds to what was done post-2008 when the Mills administration took over. They had a finance minister who had been a former Bank of Ghana governor.
That's right.
Dr. Dufour.
Dr. Dufour.
So they went on a path of austerity. And we have to be realistic. That austerity is needed so that we're able to create that level of stabilization and create the space to enable Ghana go back, whether it's to the international bond market or the capital market, etc., or have some good relations by way of the credit ratings, and then our relations with the Bretton Woods institution. Very important. So that when we're going austere, nobody comes to complain that, look, this moratorium or that period that has been given for us to be able to revamp, we are in a position where we're able to do that adequately.
But Roland, you see, that austerity, was it sustained? And for how long? That's one question. Because I remember that at the transition table, President Mills, President Mahama, President Akufo-Addo transition table, it was held at the...
The recent one?
No, the previous one, 2016 to 2017, at the conference center. You remember that? Was it Okujo Nkrumah who came and held a daily press conference to say that they were not going to eat lunch and snacks and that they would drive out that lunch?
They're not going to drink tea.
Exactly. And then they said, we're not going to buy new vehicles and that we're going to use buses. You remember that? It was President Akufo-Addo that was going to use President Kufuor's Ghana at 52,007 vehicles. In fact, he even brought one of his own vehicles, right, to use. Now, fast forward, let's go and check. And I remember around that table, there was Johnny Osei Kofi, who was then Deputy Chief of Staff. There was some controversy about some vehicles. That was when the Ford Expedition conversation came in. And then they said that, some 641 vehicles were in the presidential pool, Today, let's go back and check how many new vehicles have we bought? From the Avalons to the Avensis to the Prados to the... Mention the biggest brands you can find. And then ask me how that has impacted. For me, if I have a private job, and like every private man, and you invest so much into the business, you expect a certain output.
Returns.
Thank you. If you're not getting the output, you have a DCE that is not performing, you have an MC that's not performing, you have a minister with 3 deputies, the ministry is not performing, and you continue to give them all the benefits and the largesse that they can, they get the impression that they are doing something. Which is why you are rewarding...
Essentially, what you're saying is that we must run the country as if we're running our own businesses.
Exactly the point.
But again, I want to just say a bit more on what you said earlier, which is about the austerity, the word you used. And I'm looking at beyond the 60 ministers, because really, if you look at the public sector wage bill that we've spoken about, it's not just about the ministers.
Right.
It's about the departments, it's about the ministries, it's about the agencies.
And some appointees as well.
And some appointees. And so are we able to look through whether the departments within these ministries, we do need them, the ministries, there are some who have argued that perhaps we need to collapse some of them. And do you remember when this
Accra is still dirty. After the promise that in 4 years
we have the local government ministry.
The sanitation ministry was useless, and whoever stayed at the sanitation ministry, whether present minister, the one before, they should not be given ex gratia.
So for me, I think that it has to be looked at holistically, beyond the 60 ministers. You're looking at the ministries, you're looking at the departments, you're looking at the agencies. And this became rife as well. Remember, after the 2020 elections, when the president had created, is it the aviation ministry and all of that, and eventually eventually he had to collapse those.
Transport, railway.
Exactly. He had to collapse it. So we need to really look at them. Do we need to collapse some departments or ministries? Do we need to cut down on a lot of these areas? Because I think that's when we see the real impact of how much we can reduce when it comes to the public sector wage.
Look, and I think that said, so for example, if we have a Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, it can take care of aviation, railway, roads.
Yeah.
So we have a Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. So the infrastructure then takes up the components of the roads, the things that need to be done. And then when it comes to the monitoring and supervision and all the commissions and authority that will be under that transport, then they can look at GCA and some of those ones. Because it's very important that we first have a buy-in that where we are is bad. Because over the last 1 month, there have been various press cuttings or publications. That's indicating that the government is saying that the government is living a very good economy, and that is being inherited by the new president.
But that's a lie. That's a lie.
Because
but you owe WAEC. You owe WAEC. WAEC can't release results for secondary. So I mean, when has that been a situation in this country? You owe WAEC. Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry to
but even before you even come in,
you owe WAEC.
Even before.
Are you serious? You owe WAEC. So children go and sit for their
even come in.
Children go and sit for their exam.
Issues that
they cannot get their results. Because you owe WAEC for the first time in this country's history. You see, you are living a robust economy. For the first time ever in this country's history. Well, today is the 8th?
Yeah.
Right? The 8th of January, right? What money are we spending? Where is the transitional budget? So we are spending illegally. And spending is not supposed to be retrospective. We're supposed to budget, to know what we have, and then based on that we budget and we spend. We are practicing or committing an illegality now. And the minister who was responsible for finance, he should be going to jail by now. Where is that so-called robust economy? A ball of a kenke for 5 cities? Is that robust enough? Nanado stood at Nima. He held the city as a city 9, very nasal. Where is that robust economy? What are we talking about? Look, the falsehood, and that's why I say the new government has a duty to tell the people of the Republic of Ghana what the true state of the nation is. And I was expecting John Mahama yesterday to do that because, you see, people already, propagandists are beginning already to say that, oh, now you are in power. Let the price of a ball of cake reduce to 1 cedi. It doesn't happen like that. Because if you had planted enough for planting for food and jobs, like Dr. Yamson said, the jobs did not come, the food did not come. We would have had enough maize. My grandmother made kenke. I can make kenke from start to finish for you if you give me maize. And I ferment it, and I mill it, and I can make it for you, right? Kenke is a staple. Maize was part of the planting for food and jobs. How much is a bag of maize in this country? What was inherited then when there was no planting for food and jobs? After 8 years of planting for food and jobs, 1.0 and 2.0, what is the price of a bag of maize? Suddenly, before the elections, COVID, Russia, Ukraine made no sense. Now there was a certain subtle apology. I don't want anybody to come and tell anybody that there was a certain or there's a certain robust economy that is being left behind. The economy, as we know, is in tatters. And the economy, as Gabriel Tredako once said, is in our pockets. It's broadcasting to us. See, there's coins in my pocket. Coins. Coins. When you have known me, when have I had coins in my pocket?
Today.
Today, I have coins. My pocket is shaking with coins. And I'm wearing a three-piece suit.
And so those are the realities. Already, we have already negotiated to restructure external debts, as well as having relationships of restructuring of domestic bonds, debts that we have locally. And
which
so,
brought us per the
and so we shouldn't be creating the scenario that this economy is very robust, we're on a very good ship, and that we're cruising to Qatar or somewhere in the UAE, that would be Dubai, Abu Dhabi, etc. That's not the case.
Charlie.
And we have to be realistic about the rate at which we need to grow.
Charlie,
and if you say that, for example, the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, we grew at over 7%, have you paid your debt? Let's say Johnny, or you and I. We know that we're receiving 100 Ghana cedis. And at a point in time, what we were receiving 100 Ghana cedis for, we owed more than that 100 Ghana cedis. That's why the debt to
Bearing
GDP
in
ratio.
mind inflation and all
now
of that.
we are at 76%.
Yeah.
But we haven't even started paying our debt. So from 2025, 2026, this new government will have to pay that. And so we have to do those critical analysis, take a look at the situation where we find ourselves, knowing that we are not in a good place and we have to do the sacrifices. If anybody, and I've seen a number of them already, who had been communicating since the election was lost. So the Christian Council, all those who were saying that all those people who were not talking started talking. They shouldn't start. If they start, we'll put all their communication in context, because that is the reality of Ghana today.
Roland, let me tell you something. You are even speaking plenty because you went to University of Ghana Business School. All right? Now, the basic thing is this. I am a father. I have 4 children. I don't have money, but I keep borrowing every now and then to buy 3-piece suits, to buy nice cars, to look. So everybody in the area thinks I am rich, but I never pay. So I borrow from Beatrice. When she comes demanding, then I come to you, borrow and pay Beatrice. So I always owe, and I keep postponing my payments. Then suddenly I die. It is when I die that people know how much I owe. If you are, for example, borrowing and not paying and postponing the payments, some up to 40 years. President Akufo-Addo borrowed money and postponed the payments for up to 40 years in some cases. I mean, how do you explain to me that you have borrowed money and people will pay in 40 years, and you say because of that, you're just like the driver who is guided by a motorcade to meander through thick traffic, who says he's better than the trotro driver from Nima, who does the Takashi on his own to meander through the same traffic.
For me, at the end of the day,
you're not a good driver.
We paint a picture of the reality of the economy, we also want to look at where do we move from here? How do you set a good trajectory so that you're not repeating the wrongs of the past?
So that is why, for me, I will hold John Mohammed's feet to the fire when he says that he will have a code of conduct for his appointees who are in his government. I will hold his 2 feet to the fire. He must recognize that he's inheriting a very difficult situation. The kind of kid gloves that President Akufo-Addo had in the first term, he will not have it because per our constitutional provision and structure, he will not come back to come and contest again.
This is his last term, really.
And he has been president before. So people expect him to bring that experience to bear. He himself has said at some point that he's coming back to correct his errors, which was used against him in the campaigns. So all these standpoints are facing him. And then now he has the reality of those who will be swimming in propaganda to say, oh, you said you do it. Because you see, already, people who believed a few weeks ago that everything will be okay if a certain candidate was elected, suddenly believe that the nation must be run aground or the nation is going to crash because their candidate did not win. But both candidates spoke the same thing. Both candidates said, I'll cancel e-levy, I'll cancel emissions levy, I'll cancel betting tax. Both candidates, Dr. Bawumia, John Mahama, said the same things. How do you then believe that if Dr. Bawumia had won, everything would have been okay? But suddenly, because John Mahama won, everything will crash. I mean, what kind of low-budget Togo jeans thinking is that?
I think at the end of the day, it just has to take the president to fulfill whatever it is he promised. So it's not really about what anybody is saying that, well, I think he can do it or he cannot do it. Ghanaians are here and we're watching. Can you, is he going to fulfill those things? And it's up to him. The ball is in his court.
The ball is in his court. Day 2, Mr. President. Day 2. We are counting 120 days. Day 2. So that's 128 days more left for you. Day 2. We are counting. Good morning.
so far, and we have some great people, regulars who have joined us, and so we'll just do some quick introduction. My discovery for 2024, Solomon Owusu, used to be a former MPP member, but now with the movement for change, I'm sure that he'll go back to the MPP if the reforms that he wants and the purge that he wants. Is that what you told me? Solomon Owusu, welcome.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. I haven't seen you this year, have I?
Yeah, we haven't met. Happy New Year to you, and you are yet to introduce anybody here. But let me say, I still belong to the movement for change. Okay. I'm very happy with the movement. My candidate, Chris, you and the Ghanaian people, Mr. Alan Chabante. And we are very much focused. We believe that if there has to be any swap, it is rather the new Patriotic Party members, having seen their sizes, having known where they fought to quickly join the movement for change so that we prosecute the Ghana agenda. And I believe my brother that you are here to introduce would agree with me. He knows it. He knows it, but he will not say it anyway.
Clement.
Oh, yes, he knows it. He knows the circles that we are in. So he would.
The MC, is it MC? DC for Amansia South is here. How are you? Good morning.
Very well.
Okay. And you're still in position, right?
Technically, yes.
I don't understand.
If I say technically, yes, because I'm there representing the president.
Okay.
And it is not for a political party or a government. Whoever becomes the president, I'm still there. And so the president revokes my appointment. So
fantastic.
Once I'm in, I'm waiting for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to say, Clement Opoku Gyamfi, thank you for working for Ghana and working for me. Henceforth, don't step foot in that office again. Then I can go back to the court and do some bills and get some money into my pocket to feed the family as well.
Okay. So I take you're a legal practitioner as well?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
Wow. And then also the former member of parliament for Myong, we have Mohammed Abdulaziz. Mohammed, been a while. Happy New Year to you.
Many appreciations you.
I see you're already wearing the coat of arms. You were not wearing it before. When did you start wearing it?
Oh, that's not true, Roland.
I'm making these keen observations so that, you know, I've been a journalist for a long time. It's not mischief.
We haven't met in a very long time.
So at least I know that I've been around. So let me tell you the transitions have been around. Okay, so from the Rawlings to the Kufuor administration, and I know the behavior of the politicians.
Okay.
When the transitional period, and it's always a cycle. After the two terms, you are their best friend. Immediately, the power comes. Then you find that the phone calls don't come again. Then the relationship tends to dwindle. Then the animosity starts. But I think that you and I, we have a great relationship.
Oh, yes.
So I've known you for over the last 10 years.
Yes,
so
yes.
I believe
we've maintained our relationship. I place more calls to your phone than you
do. So Mohammed Abdulaziz is the former member of parliament for Myong, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then my referee this morning is Professor Kobe Mensah, and from my alma mater as always, but you know, University of Ghana Business School does a lot of good work and produces great people, as well as KNUST as well. I love KNUST too. So, brother,
thank you.
What's
brother.
in there?
Nyamnado.
Okuya.
Oh, pa. I think a very bright morning, new day. You know, a new government, obviously a new year. You couldn't ask for any better than that.
Right.
So we're looking forward to. By the way, I like your constituency's name, Myong.
Yes,
I really like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's the meaning of Myong? Does it have any meaning in the language?
Not that I know, but...
what language is spoken at Myong? Is it the Gbani?
It's largely a Dagomba constituency, even though we have some good presence of Kunkumbes and Fulani settlers. But largely it's a Dagomba constituency. We have Kunkumbes.
So it's part of Northern region?
Yes, it's
geographically.
It's
one of the Ghanaian
on your way to uniform
Germany. Places that I really like.
Fantastic man. And then we've been joined by the man who caused the stir yesterday. He decided to choose the inauguration of the incoming president, John Dramani Mahama, to cause that stir. Look, it looks like the books are not too good for the energy sector. And then when it comes to the tanks, where we needed fuel to power generation plants, well, cover was not available for yesterday, today, and at least I know he mentioned 2 months, so that'll be 8 weeks. And John Jinapo, a former Deputy Energy Minister, is joining us. John Jinapo, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Great. I don't know. Were you caught unaware by that question by Bismarck?
Yes. Let me admit, I did not prepare for any interview.
Yeah.
I think he was interviewing Kwame Abuja. And Kwame talked about some of the challenges in the energy sector and told him he can ask me. And don't forget, I was the chair for the technical subcommittee on the energy transition. And so I chaired everything. I have all the information.
Okay.
And so he asked me what would be the main challenge at the energy front. And I said the main challenge has to do with fuel, because as it stands, and I have the records here, we have current stock available 225 cubic meters of light crude oil to last for 5 hours with AXA if it runs at 120 megawatts. So if AXA runs, it can only run for 5 hours. KTPP has 1275.46 cubic meters of distillate fuel expected to last for 1.5 days with 1 unit running continuous. Or if we decide that we won't run 1 unit, we run all the units, that is 2, it will last for only 0.75 day. So it's not up to 1 day. So that means that if you take AXA and KTPP, the amount of fuel available for these 2 plants is less than 1 day. That's a fact. And I said that, look, that was a challenge we were facing. And so the incoming administration would have to deal with that quickly. At the transition, we had a briefing from Gridco, and this briefing was made available. And I have the full document here. It's a 12-page or 9-page document. Power supply outlook for the West African gas pipeline offshore pigging from 20th January to 16th February 2025, and projections for 2025. I'll share that with you. It's an official document, so I can share that with you. They made it clear to us that we had run out of fuel stock. And more importantly, the West African Gas Pipeline Company is going to carry out some major maintenance on the pipeline running from Nigeria all the way to Takrady. They call it a pigging exercise. And so during that period, there would be curtailment of gas supply, particularly to the east, which is the Tema Enclave. And that is where you have AXA, you have KTPP, you have Senate, and you have Asogli and all these plants there. So what it means is that gas supply will be curtailed to that enclave. Indeed, they intended doing this as at October 2024. The Akufo-Addo government insisted and got them to postpone it to 20th January to enable them stock enough and adequate liquid fuel. So during that 1-month period, we can fall on liquid fuel. And so at the last meeting of the Joint Transition Team, it became apparent that that fuel had not been procured. And the truth with LCO is that SunPower, and you can check with SunPower, did indicate that on average, they require about 4 weeks to treat the fuel. That is when the fuel has landed in their tanks. It takes some weeks to treat the fuel. Today is 8th. 20th, the pipeline will be shut. So even if you bring fuel today, you require those days to treat the fuel. And so way back before we took over, the Minister of Energy, Herbert Crapper himself, assured us that they've put in a requisition to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance was even the co-chair with me, but I wasn't even a main member of the transition team. But our side of the transition team co-opted me and then opted to make me the co-chair with Mohamed Amin Anta. So I virtually chaired everything with him. He assured that they were going to buy the fuel and assured that he had even transferred some 17 million to GMPC. And just some few hours before handing over, as co-chair, my mandate to be ending, I thought that it's important that I put the facts out. The 70 million has not been transferred to GMPC. You can check with GMPC. The parcel of light crude oil they promised they would order has not been ordered. And these are the facts. I mean, I just thought I should put the facts out.
I see.
The remaining one has to do with what would this administration do, given the problems that we are faced with, because we've assumed office. And so beyond putting out the facts, we have to find a way of dealing with the challenge. Today at 10 p.m., His Excellency President Mahama has instructed that a meeting be called under the instruction and direct supervision of the Chief of Staff. He has a mandate. He's the Chief of Staff. We only try to support him as members of Parliament and as former appointees and as maybe, if I may put it, the immediate past chair or co-chair of the joint transition of the subcommittee of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. And so I've been invited to that meeting as well. RITCO is attending, WAPO is attending, AXA is attending, Asogil is attending, Sen Power is attending, VRA is attending, the Ministry of Energy is attending, BOST is attending, PRC is attending. And so without exhausting the list, virtually everybody who matters is attending.
Okay. And
the object of the meeting is simple. What do we do?
And the immediate, the immediate past Minister for Energy, that's Herbert Crapper himself, who you mentioned in that statement of your response of yours, has copiously written on his social media account. I'm sure you have seen it. He says that Mr. Jinapor is wrong. Load shedding does not loom, and he puts the loom in quotes. It is caused either by technical or emergency power generation issues, or a lack of competence in managing the power sector. And he also adds, Mr. Jinapor seems to be haunted clearly by the latter. And that by the time of leaving office, President Akufo-Addo's government left in stock light crude oil, which Sempa currently generates power with, whilst AXA continues to take delivery of heavy fuel oil, which it generates power with. This fact is easily verifiable with a phone call to both power plants. So the question I ask is, why is it that when you knew this and you were at the transitional table and doing the discussions, you were not at least publicly addressing the Ghanaian public on these vexed matters?
Yeah, like I said, the Minister of Energy, Herbert Crapper, assured us, the Minister of Finance assured us that they're going to get a parcel before they leave office. So what was the basis to come and, cry wolf to the media? We're working as a team. What happened is that just when we're about taking office, we realized that they did not meet that objective. They did not fulfill that promise. The minister did not transfer that money. And so we thought that we should let the people of Ghana meet. I've read Herbert Crapper's statement. I think he has a lot to learn. You cannot say that load shedding only comes because of emergency. If you don't have fuel and the fuel runs out, you have load shedding. Don't you agree with me?
Logically, yes.
Yes. So what is he talking about? He's been a minister before. He should show some level of competence. Then he talks about AXA is drawing fuel. What does that mean? He's the minister. He just left. What is the stock he left in AXA? Don't you agree that that is what we should be asking? That you as minister, in your handing over news, what was the stock at AXA when you were leaving? What was the stock at KTPP when you were leaving? I've put the figures out. I'm saying that the current stock available is 225 cubic meters, expected to last for 5 hours, with AXA running at 120 megawatts. Fact or not fact? It's not an opinion. Facts are facts. If you say you can draw fuel, that's another thing. Let's put steps to ensure that we get fuel. I agree. And that is what we are.
All right.
But is it true that today as we speak, we have only 5 hours of available fuel for the AXA plant or not? He avoided that. I find that very, very unfortunate.
All right. Quite interesting there. And Solomon, what do you make of these happenings, so to speak? You had been talking a lot about what whole the economy is, and you take a look at the energy sector, very much correlated. Everything, it looks like, hinges on that alongside trade, among many others.
Yes, let me say I agree entirely with what Mr. Jinapo had just put out. I read the statement coming from Herbert Crapper carefully, and I thought it was needless because there is nowhere in that statement that he was able to give figures. That, yes, you say we have stock. Indeed, there is stock. As he was speaking, he made it clear that we have 5 hours of stock, 225 cubic meters of stock with AXA and so on and so forth. But as to whether or not those stocks can last us for more than a month, he avoided those critical areas. You see, where we have gotten, I like what he has just done. The NDC government must not, on the altar of shielding anybody, conceal or conceive information. They must be truthful to the people of this country. Once people come out with propaganda, immediately
propaganda?
Yeah, this is pure propaganda. You just throw it out there, knowing very well that we don't have the fuel to power.
Herbert Crapper?
Yes, absolutely. When I read it, I first saw that he was once a minister of energy of this country, and that is the problem. One of the problems that Nana Akufo-Addo, the former president, gave to us: incompetent administration, incompetent appointees. They just come and lie blatantly through their teeth. And I like it that we see energy is the nerve of every economy. Once your energy, you get it wrong, everything is wrong. And that explains the difficulty we have as a country. And that is why I, for instance, have a problem with the sort of growth that the Statistical Service gave to us, that we were growing at 7% in the last quarter. From where? When your energy mix was even not functioning properly. When your inflation was at 23% and your interest rate was at that high. Well, from the growth that we are told we experienced in the last quarter of the year. And so clearly, the government knew that indeed, as the former administration knew, they were going to lose, but let's set a trap for this administration. And the way and manner this administration will handle some of these things is a propaganda they are putting forward. So that the moment they see the lights off, the propagandists will start. We told you the doomsday is in. And that they would run with it. I know my people, my former people. They will make life hell for the National Democratic Congress if they also do not sharpen their PR outfit. That's why I say I agree with what John has done. It's good. It's a piece of information. It eases the system. But hey, once you have been given the power as the National Democratic Congress,
you have to hit the ground running.
You have no excuse.
You know, the thing about you is that you also play in the entrepreneurial space.
Absolutely.
If you take a look at the correlation between energy and then also the various performance of the key sectors of the economy, what then is a reflection, based on your own observation, in terms of how bad situations are?
I mean, the reflection of our energy sector.
We can start with maybe the forex or maybe import market.
It's very clear. Your food, the inflation we've been talking about, the 23% inflation rate that we've been talking about, much of it is as a result of our energy, the way and manner we have handled our energy sector. If you go into the figures, they tell you that food inflation is what is moving the inflation figures up there. And is it a case that we don't have the food available or what? You go into it and you see that it is a transport component. The transport component is so expensive, cost of fuel, so expensive that no matter how cheap the food prices are, before it is transported from the farm gate to the market center, the cost of doing that is so high. And that is why if you are in a country and you are managing our energy sector, you don't play with it. And it explains the difficulties that we went through. So this administration has only one objective. They must do everything possible to stabilize that sector. Else, they aren't going to go anywhere with the sort of promises that we have been treated to by the president-elect, or now he's the president, because at the end of the day, he has been sworn in. That is one of the areas that he has to take a critical look at it. You understand? And inflation has also a correlation with the stability of the currency, the forex that you are talking about. And it also has plays a critical role in industrialization. When your industrial sector or your manufacturing sector is not performing, then you are pushed into the arena of importing more. And once you are importing, then the issue of demand and supply, as Prof will tell you from our classroom, basic economics, the economics without tears. You understand? Demand exceeds supply, definitely to affect your currency. And it explains why our city has been depreciating all these years, because we have not been handling the energy sector very well. If you listen to currently the war between Canada and the USA, it all boils down to energy. You understand? The US is claiming that Canada is charging them more. Canada is saying that, hey, it's a critical service. So every economy must take it very slow. But I am very surprised, Roland.
Surprised?
That, you know, we are a net exporter of crude. Is that not the case?
Yes, we are.
So I find it very difficult that as a country, we are now having to think how to import. You see how foolishly we have managed this economy. You are a net exporter of crude. You are now thinking of how to bring crude to your own country when we have not discovered oil in commercial quantities. I tell you, everyone's prayer was that we would discover oil. We discover oil, so we are waiting to import from Rotterdam. Because the crude that we exploit here, it goes to Rotterdam or Singapore for them to, as it were, refine it. Now you ask yourself, what happened to a critical institution like the thermal oil refinery? We had it there. We allowed such a strategic state institution to just lie fallow. Instead, what did we do? The Ghanaian asset was there. We left the Ghanaian asset and brought in what? A Chinese one. Really? That the Chinese had the capacity to refine crude in this country more than the thermal oil refinery. The last time I checked, they are using most of our engineers from thermal oil refinery. So it has nothing to do with technical expertise. So they should revisit the issue of toll and let us get our crude refined in this country so that we take advantage of the byproduct and then move this economy. That is the only way, Roland, we can begin to see some fruits or dividends coming out of what we have promised the people of this country.
Lajenfi, what do you make of this? Just 12 hours. Tell us.
Is there any issue at all? I don't see where the issues are coming from.
There shouldn't be any hue and cry.
Because, sorry, Ghanaians voted for change.
Let's bring him some water.
Ghanaians,
too early.
I mean, you went around campaigning that you wanted to reset Ghana. They gave you the power, they gave you the opportunity. My question is, now we should stop the blame games. When you're in opposition, you can just be blaming people. But now you are there. You've been given the authority to make any changes or to...
Who has blamed who?
Now, they said Dumso is looming.
No, I thought John Jinapor only reiterated a situation that could have impact on power supply. How is that a blame game?
Okay, so now on Krapper's issue, Krapper says that we have kept the lights on. Is it true or false?
Hello.
Is it true or false? The lights are on. Now, based on what were the NDC promising the 24-hour economy? Because you cannot run a 24-hour economy without stable power. How could you run that? And so Herbert Krapper said, we have kept the lights on. And truly, the lights are on. It's just like a father. If you're a father, you're in your homes and you are managing the home. And then now you go to your children and tell them, do you know how I suffer to give you this food? So your children should know. It is not the duty of the children to know where you get that money from to put food on the table.
So the Kufuor government suffered throughout the 8 years to give us light.
Our duty was to ensure that we provided power, and we've done that.
Please, you make the point. Let him make his point.
Our duty as a government was to ensure that the lights were on, and we kept the lights on. Now you are in power. You are in power. Stop the blame games. It has started too early. focus. Because you promised 24-hour economy. Based on what did you promise the 24-hour economy? You couldn't have done 24-hour economy without stable power.
I don't understand. There was an inauguration yesterday. Okay, so what do you make of the response or the statement that was made? That's a statement of facts, giving an overview of the power situation, which is a continuum, irrespective of whether there's an inaugural ceremony or not.
Okay, so Mr. Jinapo has been on the transition team on the energy sector. These issues came up. What was his views on it? Because according to the Transitions Act, both the outgoing and the incoming will be on the committee. And so when these issues come up, you will know where you are falling short and how to make amends.
Did you listen to him? I did. Please, let him make his stand.
He's
entitled to his views.
I did. So, how do you tell us that the lights are not on when indeed Ghanaians have benefited and Ghanaians know that the lights are on? We don't care where you get the monies from to keep the lights on. It is the duty of the government to ensure that we are okay. Now you've been voted to power. Ensure that the lights are on. That is the basic statement and simple one. Okay.
So are you saying that the lights were being provided, let's say over the last 2 months, in a period of stability, or were being stably given to ordinary Ghanaians? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly so.
How can it be stable? How can it be stable when we're wobbly? We're barely crawling or able to import crude for?
Roland, as a Ghanaian, is it your duty, or how do you even know the struggles the government goes through to provide you with power?
Okay.
Your main duty is to wake up in the morning and see that you want to iron, you're ironing, there's power on.
So all you need to care about that there's power.
When you are in opposition, you can make all the propaganda, you can blame people. But now you are there.
It's time for you to account.
It's time for you.
Mr. Jinapo, do you react to this? The power has been given to you. They say lawyer Jemfi says you don't wait till the tail end and start crying wolf.
No, but I said that his party, his government, assured us that they were going to procure the parcel of light crude oil. They did not. It's captured in the handing of Anu. I can make that available to you. Over the past 5 months, they've been shedding load. Over the past 5 months, they've been shedding load between 100 megawatts to 200 megawatts. Today, Gridco will brief you. We've directed Gridco to give us all the information, the weekly system update and everything. You recall that in January, Parliament had to call them because they were shedding load. But you see, our focus is to, and that's what we're doing.
We lost you there. I'm sure maybe you received the call or something. Your line went off. Hello? Okay, so that's it. Okay, when we get him back, so...
Maybe his power is off.
Maybe his power is off. I'm not sure. The phone was on, so we saw at least. How do you react to some of these? Because it's a matter of communication, right? And we know that the communication since the end of the election has been that you've won the election, even though it was just a transitional period, really.
No, I think, Roland,
how should this be handled?
I think that Ghanaians must really be annoyed and demand a certain respect from these politicians. I mean, I cannot understand how you leave your home, all right? Ghana is a home. You leave your traveling, let's say you're traveling or you've been, summoned somewhere else. And then you leave your home with just 1 day of electricity available or stock. I can't understand it. In business, that's why we do forecasting, budgeting, etc. We have warehousing, etc. No business budgets for a day. Is that correct? Yeah. At least quarterly, you have stock for quarter. Look, I'm raging because I think that the politicians are taking us for granted. Recklessness must be punished through the courts. We cannot just say we are punishing you because you've been corrupt. No. When you are reckless in your management, we have to haul you to the courts and then
get you the harshest punishment ever. How do you just leave because you've lost power? And as a result, you say, oh, you're coming in. Come and solve it. It doesn't make sense. Absolutely doesn't make sense. And I'm surprised that we can defend that. How do you leave the office and say,
knowing that tomorrow there will be a shutdown?
5 hours, and then somebody who just signed, you say, come and solve it. It doesn't make sense. Have you looked at transactional cost, the horizon of time that is involved in embarking on a transaction? How long does that take you to actually order for fuel? Coming in, as John was explaining, I am not an expert in procurement whatsoever, but I'm in the business school. So I can understand, I can appreciate transactions, time taking, cost element, etc. Of course, the reason why businesses will budget, for example, to hold stock for 3-month quarter, because there's also what cost of stock holding. And so there's no point in doing it for 1 year. Maybe your demands and supplies may not actually correspond with how much stock you're holding. So you have at least 3 months. And within 3 months, the reason why we hold stock for 3 months is because when you have to have a real order level, you are actually factoring in the time that it takes for logistics to come in, etc., for the stock to be ready for the next buyer. It doesn't make sense. Recklessness has to be punished. And we have to be serious about this. How do you expect somebody who just signed overnight to say, you said 24 hours, come and solve it? It doesn't make sense. It's absolutely nonsense. And our politicians must pay for that. Look, your account must state for 3 months what have you left. Fuel, what's the 3-month stock? Cash, what's the 3-month stock? That, what is the 3-month stock? Then we are talking about accountability. This is not a blame game. It is accountability. It is about root cause analysis. People must know this. Ghanaians must know that. And we must start demanding, perhaps during the campaigning, in case you lose, how much stock have you got for us? Last night I tweeted that you cannot just leave power and the next day Adenta goes off. I have never had light off throughout the campaign, and I agree with you, Clement, to say that you kept the light on. But it doesn't end there. If you're a responsible father and you're leaving home, you are checking and asking your wife whether you have enough water, whether you have enough that. If you don't have it, you leave money. That is responsible parenting. You just don't leave home and tell your wife that, yes, you are now the head of the family. Solve it. It doesn't make sense. Clement, please.
When your wife
it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. No. It does not. No, but you are responsible for your children. You are responsible for your children. You are leaving home as an old husband and a new husband is coming. You want to make sure that your children have a certain amount of resources to live as human beings. You can't live home empty.
Since your political marketing strategies, what's wrong with because since the election, and I made to that point, it's been said, now we leave everything to you. What's wrong with that sort of
it's a disrespect.
Is it communication?
No, it is a disrespect to the people of Ghana. These politicians
such statements.
They think that they are trading between themselves. They are communicating to each other. Yes, NDC says they can do it, they should come and do it. You're not speaking to or dealing with NDC. You're dealing with Ghanaians. I was raging this morning. Last night, no light till this morning. I was lucky. I said, what? I made a good decision. When I went to Sheffield.
So you bought your power bank?
I bought power bank when I went to Sheffield. All right? I bought power bank. Lo and behold, my light was off last night. And I was thinking, okay, how would I order Uber? Because I don't have a car. How would I pay the Uber guy? Then I realized that, I made a quick decision to buy a power bank. As if I knew. God save us.
Welcome to Ghana.
Thank you.
So, Mohammed Abdulaziz, so if the communication is that you've taken over power and this is the situation, would you say that's, as a strict politician, that's wrong or not, if you were in the shoes of the NPP?
Roland, I'm worried about the posturing of lawyer Jemfi, that your government has decided to be so wicked, not just to the NDC, but to the people of this country, that somewhere September, when you knew yourselves, governments knew they were losing power. You knew it. Because your own internal research indicated that you were losing power. And you deliberately refused to restock fuel. It is deliberate, and that is wicked enough. Now, the power sector is so foundational to our economy that we cannot engage in the usual NDC, MPP politics when it comes to power. What the Ghanaian people need is to have a reliable supply of power, not just for the economy, but also for our social lives, right? President Mahama, all that they intend to do is to tag President Mahama again with Dumso. That is the game plan. And so don't be surprised that this morning, they are all over saying that you guys are in power, solve it. President Mahama has been in power for less than 24 hours now. Less than 24 hours now. And you are saying that, yes, there is Dumso. He should go ahead and solve it. How can you speak this way? How can you be this wicked? How can you be this insensitive to Ghanaians? You see, these are some of the things that you did that got you less than 40% of the popular votes. And you don't seem to be learning. It is worrying. How do you reorganize yourself, regain credibility, and regain power with this attitude? Okay? Now, we're not talking about generational air capacity. There's enough generation, air capacity. Courtesy President Mahama and the NDC. There's no doubt about it. Our Tuabu gas plant, courtesy President Mahama and the NDC. No doubt about it. ESLA, courtesy President Mahama and the NDC. No doubt about it. Now, if indeed the case is that you didn't have money to import fuel, just about 2 weeks after the elections, the presidency received 60 million Ghana cedis as a special request for operations. For just less than 2 weeks in office, President Akufo-Addo made the Controller and Accountant General to transfer to his office 60 million Ghana cedis. Couldn't you have used that money to import fuel? And today you are telling us that President Mahama and the NDC were in power, we should solve it? That is not fair. That is not fair. We will not allow you to engage in the usual NDC, MPP game on this matter. Now you are so reckless. You are so reckless. Please. Please.
No, as well, we also not sit down for you to start the blame game because you are in power now. We voted for you. I mean, a decisive victory.
That's your
You will as well not sit down.
Please.
No, honorable. We will as well not sit down. No.
When you were speaking, I was quiet.
I get it, but
I am saying
we will as well not sit down.
Let him make his point.
No, but the point is, we will as well not sit down for you to also blame us.
When you were speaking, you were blaming the NDC. Okay. I was here and I was quiet. What I'm simply saying is that it is so insensitive, in fact senseless, for you to argue that yes, we are in Dumso. You agree?
I didn't say we are in Dumso.
We had power outage in Adenta throughout last night, right? You've been shedding power. When you even claim that for the 8 years that you've been in power, we've not had a Dumso. That is not true. We've had Dumso in this country. We've had.
You don't have any power outage.
Be a gentleman. Be a gentleman.
I'm making
so when you were making your point,
be a gentleman.
Please. The rule, as you know, and you've been at this game for a very long time. Please let him make his point.
Be a gentleman.
You call him what, IGP?
What I'm saying is this. That to even claim that we've not had Dumso under your tenure is not true. We've had intermittent power outages, even to the extent that Otunfo himself complained how his gadgets got spoiled by the intermittent power outages. That is a fact. Ghanaians called for a schedule, and you insulted them. So don't make that argument anywhere that you kept the lights on. It's not true. We had Dumso under your tenure. But what is more worrying is what you left behind us. Let's just give this a scenario where we are running a shop. Two of us, we run the shop, I come and take over. You sell everything in the shop, pocket the money, hand over the keys to me, and you tell me that you go and restock? Restock with what? Now, The Honourable Member of Parliament and the former Deputy Minister for Energy has told us, and I want you to come and deny that. Let your power Kappa, right? The just outgone Minister for Power, come and deny that it takes 4 weeks. If you make a requisition, it takes 4 weeks for the crude oil to get to Ghana. And that when it comes to Ghana, you just don't use it to produce power. You will need another 4 weeks to process that. That is about 8 weeks, 2 good months. How do we sustain power in this country for the next 2 months? Even if we were to have money. And that's what we're talking about. So what I need you to do, you guys should be humble enough, admit to the truth, be sincere, admit to the truth. Why would a minister indicate that they have transferred $70 million to JMPC? When you are ruling, when you are governing a country, you must govern with integrity, sincerity. Why would a minister, because at the time they were making those remarks, they were still in office as ministers, right? Claim that they have transferred $70 million to JMPC for a fuel import, when indeed it is not true. And yet, during that same transition, you made very questionable payments. Some of them we know that you made very questionable payments. Payments that inure to your benefit. Payments that you were to make and go and take your cash. You were quick to go and make those payments. But just importing fuel, even if you don't have the money to pay, make the requisition. Let's have the fuel. And the new regime will pay for it. You allow us to come and meet this mess. And all that you said this morning that when you're in opposition, you could blame the ruling party. Now you are in power, go and solve it. Even if we have the money today, can we import fuel and process it within a day, a week, or a month?
Okay, so now we know that by way of the requisition or even trying to make the purchases and then get it to the IPPs as the end users, it takes 4 weeks.
8 weeks.
4 weeks, and then subsequently you have the additional 4 weeks to be able to get it ready for that. So that's
because, I mean, when you are buying crude is not a product like tomato.
You have to raise LCs.
You have to raise LCs. I mean, there has to be sales and purchase agreement before you come to LCs. And all these things.
And that's another 2 weeks.
Yes, and then you book the shipment here and there. So
what do you think are the implications of them also?
No, it's going to cost the economy. But I believe we are capable men. Maybe some of these BDCs have crude available that the government can quickly call them to, as it were, bring their crude to the aid of the state. Else, we are going to experience the doomsday. But when we experience the doomsday, this is where the Ghanaian must not forget that it is as a direct result of the recklessness of the former president administration, Nana Akufo-Addo, that we spoke about, and that the Ghanaian was right in voting them out. Because, you see, invariably, if the NPP administration or party had won, we would have faced the doomsday. But they would have used the usual Russia-Ukraine mantra. You get my point? We were treated with this Russia-Ukraine stuff till only God knows. Only to realize that people were not doing what was right. It was all about chop. The money that they were supposed to spend on very useful things, they decided not to do that. And you have a minister who is supposed to come and apologize to the people of this country, taking to his Facebook account and telling us that stop what you are saying and then concentrate on resolving the matter. How does the person resolve the matter within a matter of a day or so? So please, the government must appeal to the conscience of the BDCs available if they need, they have stock, so that they can take it and then later on give it to them. Else, you and I would be in that situation that was already available. In terms of whether or not we have been in this, we all know. Why do you think Dr. Matthew Poku said that if you had your own timetable, bring it out? We have been experiencing doomsday. You get my point? And so it is not a new thing. But the only thing that I expect from this government is that they should not fall for the trap that has been set by the New Patriotic Party. If they understand and understand politics very well, all that is being done now is to push them into a very tight corner. And once they get to there and get the Ghanaian to forget about their deeds, then the heat is turned onto innocent administration. Hey, we are here to help. The last time the president gave was the inaugural speech, that's former president Nana Akufo-Addo. He said we must be citizens when some of them decided to be citizens and called his attention to certain issues, hey, didn't you know that that was just an inaugural speech? He didn't mean it. This time around, we will help this administration to succeed. We wanted to help him to succeed. He didn't want to succeed. So that we would journey with the current president, thick and thin. Where we feel that we have to call him out, we will do. But in these early stages where all of us know the truth, we will not allow the lives of Herbert Krapper to shortchange the good people of this country. Roland, believe you me, if you had set up your company and named it Aska, would you have appointed Herbert Krapper as your managing director? We got to be serious in this country. That he was the one managing our energy sector. And that is why he can say all these things to us. Yeah. He has messed us up.
Thank you, Ms. Osu, there. But your reaction to all this, it looks like, can I ask a question that a trap was set for the incoming administration?
Yes.
Because there's a period for you to do procurement and then subsequently you use. Okay. And particularly for a very critical sector like the energy sector, what we're being told are the outcomes of the transitional proceedings, despite what the energy minister has, former energy minister has said. Looks like it is going to affect many sectors.
So Mr. Jinapo's assertion is just one-sided. I say
no,
one-sided.
we've had a reaction from the former energy minister.
According to the Transitions Act, you form committees, transition committees and subcommittees within the committees. And the outgoing and the incoming, you elect one person to be co-chairs and your members are in there. So these 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks issues you are talking of, what was Mr. Jinapo's job there? What
he
was
raised the matter.
Hold on.
He raised the matter.
Honorable, you told me to be a gentleman. Please, you should be a gentleman. Please, I'm learning from you.
You see, you can take it. You see, you can take it. You see, you can take it.
So, Honorable,
you see, you can take it.
You just be a gentleman for me. Let me finish.
You see, you can take it.
Let me finish. So,
he raised the matter.
Roland.
And that's why you like.
Jinapo was on the committee.
Yes.
As either a co-chair or a member.
What's your point with him being on the committee?
So, my point is, you should ensure that it means that he was even sleeping on the job. Oh, as a member or a co-chair of the committee.
That's why I was asking you if actually listen to him.
No, you just listen to Jinapo. You've not also listened to.
He raised the question and he assured him that they had released $17 million.
That is more fatal than that. Even the addition is what you just said is even fatal. Because you said you raised the question and they assured you.
Yes.
Did you do a follow-up to that effect? Because you knew you were coming to take over. It was certain that after January 7, you are in power. So ensure that as critical as the energy sector is, you ensure that whatever decision you have taken should be implemented to the latter. But you start now. Hold on. You see, I don't want to go into the blame games because
you assured him. You lied.
You assured who?
The man raised the question. And you assured him that you had transferred $70 million to GNPC, and that you had placed a requisition. No, you're lying. What we have done
as a responsible leader, what you should have done is to ensure that you follow it.
You made your point.
And ensure that
how would he have done that?
Okay, so now you have equal the interjection. That's all right.
And under the Transitions Act, do you know the power is given to you? Then it means he was even sleeping on the job, which is more serious. It is more damage.
So listen.
No, Roland.
So you are saying, you're saying, if you have to make a serious international requisition or purchase, like buying fuel for plants in your country, and promises are made, like, let's take this as a transitional table. You are the energy minister. You give the assurance. You are saying that the incoming administration should monitor you till you do what you promised the transitional team will be done.
A critical sector like the energy, when you have been given those powers under the Transitions Act to ensure you do A, B, C.
Where in
please. Are you saying, please.
You are just forcing words from my mouth. I'm not saying force someone. Sure. I mean,
how would he do that? I've asked that question several times. How could he have done that?
Go to the co-chair. So now there are two moderators. Answer left and answer right. Let's go.
No, please. So I'm asking the basic question. Are you saying that you as energy minister, when you give that assurance, and knowing that you've been put there based on your competence and the way you have worked, you have to be reminded to undertake what you promised the team you would do?
See, administratively, these things happen. Sometimes you work on documents and it passes through the mail. What is expected of you, if you are really serious to ensuring that that thing manifests, you do a follow-up. We do that all the time.
No, are you saying
even in TV3 hasn't been occasion for instances where
are you saying that a critical sector like the energy sector, which affects the whole economy,
yes,
and you make such a promise, you don't treat it as serious towards the end of the administration?
You treat it as serious.
Okay. Would you say that just giving the order, making the promises, and not issuing out the release of the funding or making sure it goes through is a work of seriousness?
Even during the documentation processes, there could be lapses.
No, this is not a normal administrative procedure. This is buying fuel for our energy sector, power sector.
It still follows the normal administrative procedure. Whatever transaction you want to do, it will still follow the normal administrative procedure.
So I'm asking you, are you saying that if you were the energy minister and you issued such assurances, everything has gone through, and then it's not undertaken, irrespective of a day before it's been done or not, you don't think it's a serious issue?
It's a serious issue, both for the co-chair, all the co-chairs for the transition team. What were they doing there?
No, but energy is not about transition team. No. Whether transition team is in place or not, lights have to be on for businesses to work.
And so back to what Krapa said, that we kept the lights on. If that is what you're saying, we kept the lights on.
I see.
My point is, we formed committees not just for the formation's sake, not just giving it name for people to know that there are committees. So you need to work.
So you do know as a lawyer that we have standard operating procedures. And in this instance, I can conceptualize this to say the standard operating procedure for making these purchases, subsequently leading to usage, is an 8-week period. Within the time when the transitional team was set up, we're not even up to a month.
Standard, there are times that you can even abridge time. You can abridge it. You get some of the BBCs who may have some stock.
No, we've gotten the latest figures. Are you saying that what was done and undertaken by the outgoing energy minister is right?
I am not saying whatever he did was right.
So you agree that it's not right?
I'm also blaming the members of the committee.
But you agree that it was not right?
And you should also agree that they also didn't, they went there sleeping and didn't work.
How was that sleeping on the job?
You are a member of a committee. Now, you've seen a danger looming. You worked on it. Ensure that we do A, B, C. You push it. As a member or a co-chair of the committee, what was your duty again? You should ensure that it is pushed to the latter, especially when you knew or you ought to have known that by 7th January you are taking over. It should be your.
Okay, so you are saying that if the government was transferring from the same government to another government of the same party, this wouldn't have happened?
Maybe.
Or it could have happened?
Yeah, it would have. That's why I said maybe.
Or the incoming government of the same party would have been sleeping on the job?
That's why I said maybe. If a situation like this had happened when the transfer of power was from the same party to the same party, then you could conclude that, yes, they were sleeping on the job. Let's admit that the members of that subcommittee also didn't do their job well. That is my point.
What did you expect of them again?
I see.
Apart from raising the issue,
see, I think that
and you assuring them.
You see, Roland,
yes,
what I don't understand is that in business we have fresh purchase and repurchase, all right? These are standards. Now, this is not the first time the country is buying fuel or is buying, whatever the product. The country has been involved in. So it's a rebuy. A rebuy means that there is a procedure.
There's a template.
There's a template. That says, reorder level is 3 months' time or whatever. These are the procedures. How can it be that you leave office and that is not done?
And there's fuel for only 5 hours.
For me, I think that we should hold the energy minister.
It's possible. Yeah.
And then exert the necessary punishment possible. Because clearly you have held the country to ransom.
Yeah.
All right? You have held the country to ransom because you've lost power. But the fact is that Ghanaians are not fighting you for power. It is NDC and MPP who are fighting for power. So Ghanaians should not be caught in your entanglement of hatred that you want to look at somebody to fail so that you can use it for your electoral argument that you probably could have done it better.
So would you describe the situation as a wisdom problem or financial problem?
No, it is sheer wickedness.
It's wickedness.
And I think that our laws of accountability must include recklessness, because when President Kufuor came, he brought something to the state, causing financial loss to the state. All right, recklessness in management, it's punishable. It should be punishable, not only through the electoral processes but through the courts, because you can imagine the amount of loss that would be incurred, by this country. Imaginable.
Prof, and let me just help you here. The funny thing about them, see, he's talking about how General should have pushed further and blah. Look, in some of the meetings of the transitional teams, when they come and questions are filed to them, why are you taking this action ABC? They tell they are still in charge. And that losing power doesn't mean that they are no more in charge. I had the rare opportunity of working with some 6 ministries. And trust me.
Within this team?
Oh, yes. Okay. What they call the infrastructure subcommittee, the communications ministry, roads and highways, railway, and transport, about 6 ministries. They come, questions are filed to them, why they are taking action A, B, or C. And all that they say is government policy, we are still in charge, you can't stop us. And now you are here saying that we should have done A, B, C, D. How can you say this? It is. And look, you'll be surprised. Roland, after we take full charge of a government, the information that would come to your knowledge, you'll be surprised. Not just the public debt of 800 billion or so. Look, road sector alone, commitments that they are leaving behind is over 130 billion Ghana cedis. Oh yes, road sector alone, 130 billion Ghana cedis.
The liabilities.
IPCs that they have submitted and certified for payment that they are not paying, over 11 billion Ghana cedis. And so when we talk about the public debt and we just limit ourselves to the 800 billion Ghana cedis, there's a lot more. I have not even talked about GET fund liabilities and commitments. And so we're running into trillions of debt. That is an economy that they have left for President Mahama and NDC to deal with. And all that they do.
Roland, there's a critical question I want to ask. You see, where the politicians would engage in some of these things, all right, which is absolute nonsense.
Just a minute. Sometimes let's call a spade. This is the MPP doing.
No, I'm saying that when I say politicians, I mean MPP and NDC locked on.
But in this case,
I know. But my point I'm making is that the technical people, obviously the energy ministry, there are directors and things. Yeah, technocrats. What are they doing? Because you see, in Whitehall, what I know in Whitehall or in Washington D.C., when the politicians are doing their ideological debate, the country is still running. So those directors and things responsible for energy, what were their positions? Didn't they see that we didn't have stock, and what measures did they take? Can they be accountable to us?
And what advice did they give?
Some of them support the politicians. I'll tell you of a story that's happened at the Ministry of Roads and Highways that I can share with you on national television. They are even planting people. They are planting chief directors.
But that's the problem with you people. You go to the transitional team, you don't come and say anything. You're not
sharing. So how do we know? So if you want to share, you see, the point is that. The point is that you need to share.
But listen, the reality is that now Lawyer Jemfi says that you should have been a check on the outgoing team.
Yeah,
and you were having the information close to your chest. So you can imagine if Bismarck of Joy News hadn't asked the Jinapo man, the question.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known this.
Yeah.
I think that I also
so you are having to
we should be very transparent with Ghanaian people.
All right, so
because
gentlemen, can I have some silence here?
Yeah. Sometimes some of them support the politicians to do the very wrong things.
Okay, please, let me do my work. So we have Komla Kluche, because we decided to post him there to get the latest for us, the first day in office of President John Dramani Mahama, get the latest updates. And we know that today is our wrap-up day for Election Command Center when it comes to the transitional or inauguration of the president. And as we have it, we'll get the latest. Komla Kluche, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Roland. What I can tell you is that John Mahama will be commencing his first day of work today. Yes, the pomp and the pageantry is done. He needs to get to business. We understand one of the topmost issues on his mind early this morning, to which he's commandeering an emergency meeting, has to do with the fuel for the energy sector, the issues that have come up as a result of the fact that we have not in excess of our 5 hours of fuel for the plant. Well, it's of much concern to John Mahama, to which we get the indication that he's commandeering an emergency meeting. A solution needs to be found to this. What we are unaware of is why these issues, when it came up probably at the transitional meeting, no solution thereof was, no assurance was given to him and then his team regarding it. And so, well, that's one of the issues that we know. But beyond that, we equally know that John Mahama would be meeting some envoys from the Commonwealth, and also be holding bilateral meetings with the World Bank. Some of these meetings, we know they are not open to the media, but what we will have to do is to snoop out for information. Of course, meeting the Commonwealth and the World Bank on his first day of work just after swearing in means a lot in terms of the economy and also his relationship when it comes to the Commonwealth. I'm not too sure who might be leading that. Possibly it might be the Secretary General, Shelley Ayoko, who possibly, but I'm not too sure on that. But the confirmation is that yes, of course, he would be holding these bilateral meetings among others. But he is not going to be operating today from the seat of government. That's the Flagstaff House, as the NDC refers to it. We have said in the past that it's quite possible that John Mahama will be returning the name Flagstaff House and possibly not the Jubilee House. We get the indication, if you listen to some of the handlers, they keep on mentioning Flagstaff House, and I would not be surprised if the name is changed again to the Flagstaff House. But these meetings that he's holding today on his first day, he'll be holding them in his the private office in Cantonment before later moving to the seat of government.
So importantly, among this itinerary, it looks like the energy issue seems to be dominating the discussions this morning, and the back and forth from John Jinapo, and then also from our MPP rep right here, lawyer Clement Jamefi, is that it looks like when these engagements were done at the transitional table, the claim is the NDC side didn't follow up through to make sure that those purchases were made for the energy sector. Are you getting the reaction from the president's office that something quickly will be done? And in the interim, what will be done to avert a looming crisis as we have it?
Yes, I get the indication that, of course, the issues came up for discussion at the transition meeting. They had some assurances that this has been taken care of. These are informations that I pick up from the handlers as we speak. But it does appear that those assurances may not be real. After all, is there more reason why he is going to be commanding that emergency meeting for today, and we can only hope to see what measures there is. To the extent that it appears to be an emergency meeting, it's a crisis that is looming, and well, with all the seriousness will be attached to this. Mind you, he's had a tag in the past as being called, you know, the king of doomsaw and all the, but we are aware in the past that he solved the crisis before he left office in 2016. But to the extent that, you know, he's been faced with this on his very first day, even as of yesterday, parts of the capital or parts of the country were in darkness on the day of his swearing in, and also the first day of his assumption to office. It tells you that some seriousness would have to be attached to this in terms of an immediate solution. The clock is ticking, and in 5 hours, it means that he sees the seriousness of this. That's why the indication we get from the handlers is to the effect that that emergency meeting has been commandeered by him to find a lasting solution to this.
Now, thank you very much, Komla Kluche there. Well, let's see what we can do. By way of, I'll be there for you. So, I have a couple of messages. This one is coming from Kojo Chumbuafo, who says, listening to Clement, I'm wondering whether he's still a government official. He is. The president hasn't appointed anybody else, and so disengaging him by way of what the statutes are, is still a DC he is. So if so, why is he berating the government he's still part of? Maybe this is the reason why President Mahama has dismissed all the DCs without delay. And then also I have Master Planner Jr. Zach, good morning to you. Yesterday I heard President Mahama in his first speech complaining about COVID and its effect globally. Honorable Gina Paul is also complaining about likely doom, so they shouldn't even start it. If you fail to deliver on your promises, thinking that will allow you to complain. No ways. The clock is ticking. 119 days more for the first set of promises. We are watching closely. Master Planner Junior Kintampo. We have a couple more messages we'll just go through. This one is coming from Kweku Aaron. Kweku Aaron, good morning to you. He says, what is the MPP guy saying? Is he sleeping on the job? How? Okay. Then I have this one that's coming from Oscar, who says, these MPP guys, they have energy plants in their homes, so they do not care about us Ghanaians. They're still ranting instead of accepting inability to procure crude fuel or crude clear 8 weeks in advance. This is the situation you say, you conclude. And this one also is coming from Lance Corporal Dabo Ba. Okay, GTUC. Please ask, okay, you said, please tell Lawyer Jamefi that his submission is not only annoying to the discerning listener or viewer, but very responsible. Must he defend the indefensible? This is not done. This is by way of order of procedure. If Antoinette says, nice style, like my tie, thank you very much. If Antoinette as well. I have this one from Gaiji. Gaiji Cantonment says, Gaji, good morning to you, regular viewer. It says there has never been fuel or petroleum problem for strategic storage after the zeroing of the strategic stock levy in 2011. All we have are operational stocks. SSL was meant to help the relevant institution keep strategic stocks up to minimum 6 weeks and 12 weeks of national consumption. It was zeroed in 2011 in the price builder formula. Anyway, we need to be more concerned now than ever as a country. It looks as though John Mahama is contemplating Ghana to join the BRICS, so Gaiji Cantonment Accra. And then this one is coming from Matilda. Matilda, good morning to you, a great friend. What were the agencies responsible for ensuring supplies doing? It takes 2 months. So what is the MPP rep saying? So she asked the question, was it intentional? So what were they doing 2 months earlier? Yeah, I also asked the question, if they were still transitioning to the same government in the same party, what would they have done? Would they have kept it this way? This one is coming from IB. WA, he says, if you come to WA, most fuel stations have stopped selling particular particularly Super. The fuel stations are closed to the public. It even started before the inauguration yesterday. As a journalist, I speak on air to support it. Okay. And then also we have Yenzu, Papa Yenzu Kwanza Kwesimin team, who says that Takrady Airport Ridge everywhere was off. Okay, he says Sunday evening and Monday evening, Takrady Airport Ridge everywhere was off. I also get a message. Ameto Kwamin says the MPP communicator is a lawyer though, so please take that to know. The MPP communicator is also saying that they have run everything aground only to create difficulties for the new NDC government. How can that be, you conclude? And then Michael Kluvia says, please, let the MPP guy know that the power crisis was solved by JM before they assumed power, instead of them improving upon it. And then I have this one also coming from Helga Boidi. This is the time to reset Ghana. We will need, our country and economy has been ravaged and raped by the Algon government. We need to dig deep to raise Ghana up again. And extra work is needed. Solo? Solo.
Okay.
Mr. Abdullah says. Solo, so what then would you say quickly the Mahama government needs to, in the interim, tackle? Because already what has reared its head is a power situation. And then we need some strategic stocks, whether it should come from Nigeria or however, because that one, you can quickly do that.
I mean, I understand from Kluche that he's calling for an emergency meeting on the subject matter, which is good. Because when it's energy, it controls everything in the economy. So he has to deal with it. My only difficulty is whether or not even the BDCs that was calling on him to contact them to see whether or not they have strategic stock to deal with the matter, we are not owing them that much. One of the things that this government and the former government did was to owe all strategic sectors. So if it was the case that we were not owing the BDCs, you could contact them and get crude immediately to deal with the matter before we put in a request to get these products. And I believe that he has to tackle it and tackle it very well. And more so, the industry players that he's calling into a meeting, I believe they can come up with them. See, when you allow the technocrats to work, they have all the solutions. Make no mistake, we have the technical people who can deal with our problems. Many a times, the problems come from the politicians who are put in charge of these institutions. And their problem is that, you know, there was a vigorous campaign, you understand? Have you asked yourself where all these politicians were getting their money to do the lavish campaigns? Some businessmen gave them the money. And so they have to take bogus decisions. Mind you, they are not stupid. They take these decisions to benefit these political entrepreneurs and financiers.
Absolutely.
At the expense of you and I. So if they are going to behave as Ghanaians, thinking about this country, the solutions are all available. And they will be able to deal with it so that Ghana can move on. But those that are leading us into these abysses must not be left off the hook. So that the likes of Herbert Crapper will not be tweeting anyhow. People must be made, and I agree with Prof entirely, to answer for how well or how bad they manage this economy. You cannot just use us as guinea pigs, as experiments, and you are happy that we left it for you. Go and solve it. We should go and solve what? You are drawing salaries from the state. As for my brother CID or Clement Opoku Jemfi, you know, he is the DC of one part of my family, that is a Dubia area. So I can pardon him, but I would advise.
You come from the same area where he was DC?
Yeah, that's my father's part, so I have to accord him that much respect. At least he's taking care of my family members over there. But in terms of the decision to defend the indefensible, he knows it. He knows that he's not supposed to do that. Because he is one of those that were crafted through the NPP ideology.
And you too. So why are you...
And that is why I'm very surprised that he's defending the indefensible. The principle is that you don't defend the indefensible. Especially when you were stuck in the village, my village, and someone sat in Accra and took these ridiculous decisions, and you are coming all the way to come and defend it. It shouldn't happen. And it's part of effective communication. Saying it as it is does not mean that you're not a good politician. It's rather endangers public confidence in you.
Yeah.
That you are someone that they can count on. But when the thing is black and you come and sit here and say it's white, then you lose the credibility of the people. And they will not take you seriously. This is a humble advice that I'll give to you, and I hope he takes it, because he's a fine gentleman, and I know what he can do. He has the capacity to do better than what he has done this morning. I'm not happy with it.
I think, Mr. Abdulaziz, you wanted to say something?
Yes, so, you see...
So what really is facing us? I won't say it's a claim. You were at the transitional meetings. What's facing us? I mean, you can decide to divulge some and not divulge some.
What I do know, for instance, is that, for example, in the... Just on Monday, they handed over on Tuesday yesterday.
Yes.
On Monday, the information I'm getting from the Ministry of Roads and Highways is that they transferred 2 billion Ghana cedis.
Hey.
You know, they approved about 5 billion Ghana cedis for CAPEX.
Yes.
For the first 3 months of this year. Out of that, just on Monday alone, they moved 2 billion Ghana cedis from Controller and Bank of Ghana to contractors' accounts. You are leaving office on Monday, you are handing over on Tuesday. Then on Monday, you make payments of 2 billion Ghana cedis from Controller and Bank of Ghana to contractors.
You were not checking these things as a transitional team?
I say, but they were still in charge even as yesterday until they handed over to President Mahama. I say Monday.
So all you could do was just whistleblow. You can't do anything.
Is that the ministry that they gave someone a director and then they change him within a week?
Exactly. 2 billion
These people,
Monday. And this fuel matter, in the last 8 years, even the family members of Akufo-Addo have been fighting over who to import crude for our plants. Because, you know what, Prof? It is a very lucrative business. Just imagine for every month, $40 million US. Hey. That's how much we used to import. So they are expecting President Mahama in the NDC today to cough out $40 million US just to import fuel for 1 month. When you've been in power, you've taken taxes, you've borrowed over the last 8 years, and you leave us with fuel just for 5 hours. President Mahama, who is taking office barely this morning, is being asked to cough out about $40 million US. The 2 billion that you used to pay contractors because you had your cars go and take, couldn't you have used part of it to go and import fuel for our lives to be on? These guys are insensitive, they are reckless, they are wicked. And my worry is that you have a young man who will leave his house in the morning to come and defend such an untenable act. What do you stand to benefit? Like you said, all that you do to yourself is that you lose credibility. Look, when President Mahama says that his immediate attention would be to restore macroeconomic stability and restore the economy, and then to also promote a good business environment, it will all rely on power.
Absolutely.
Regular supply of power. Even if the cost is high, businesses need to plan. And you plan just into doom so, just on the day you are leaving power, and you come and tell us we should go and solve it. You know why? Like you said, when you are buying some of these things, it takes time. Payment is not done immediately because you have to establish LC and what have you. And so if they knew that somewhere October and November, if they knew that establishing LC, they will not even be there for payments to be effected, then they lost interest. And so, but trust President Mahama, the way, look, where we are now, we are more interested in the way forward. And that's why...
So what's the way forward? What will be done in the interim?
Has someone a meeting this morning. All the players would be in a meeting, and then they will try to figure a way out. When you talk about the BDCs, what I do know, I stand for correction. They do, the BDCs would import finished products.
Finished products, yes.
What we need in this case is not a finished product.
It's a crude.
It's a crude.
That crude will have to be refined.
They have a way they also process it, not the one that we use in our filling stations. Yes, so the BDCs import finished products for our OMCs to also sell. But what we need here is entirely different. And so President Mahama has a very hefty tax this morning. And I'm happy that President Mahama has always believed that wisdom does not lie in the head of one person. And so he's not just depending on the likes of Ajinapoy and Co. He's engaging all the team players. Come, open their books and let us see. Let us know the truth. And then we will communicate same to the Ghanaian public. I think that when we engage all the stakeholders today, we should be engaging the Ghanaian public, maybe through a press conference, for them to appreciate exactly what the situation is, as of yesterday when we were taking power from the NPP. I mean, this is reckless, and we shouldn't tolerate this. And like you said, Prof, we should hold them accountable. The minister who said they had transferred $70 million, he should give us evidence of that transfer to GMPC. Look, energy sector debt alone, 2.5 billion.
I get into 3 billion.
2.5 billion US dollars. At the exchange rate of 15 Ghana cedis, that gives you about 40 billion Ghana cedis. And so when you are talking about the national debt, a lot of issues comes into play. And so when you talk about 800 billion, that sits at the Bank of Ghana as debt. We are looking at what we owe road contractors, energy sector debt. All of this will come into play. And so President Mahama has a very tough task.
So just to also bring some clarity to the discussions, we know that the state, by way of the liabilities and assets, when it comes to statement of accounts of the country, are issued every quarterly. And so that's why immediately the transitional team is better much appreciative and related to what the numbers are in terms of what the liabilities are, what the assets are, in terms of what you owe, what you don't owe, what you have. And so usually by the beginning or maybe the middle of this month, the Statistical Service, the Bank of Ghana's Monetary Policy Committee, the governor himself will come and give us up-to-date account of what we have. We'll even get to know what, so to speak, GDP it is that we ended the year with by the close of the next quarter. That's this very quarter. So immediately there are key considerations that will need to be made. And that is which ones the president should quickly try to tackle to calm the nerves of Ghanaians, just having gone through this transition, sector by sector, but just looking at the first three, what should they be? We have power crisis already that need to be dealt with. We're told that he's going to a meeting. Which others should quickly come into mind?
No, of course, I mean, operational level issues. I mean, when you take management positions, there are strategic and operational level issues. Operational level would mean the day-to-day running of a system, all right? Power, we're talking about. Water, we're talking about. Essentials, basically, which we will say the essentials of people's livelihood. You know, so those are the things that you want to really take control. But I'm surprised, I'm still surprised that a government, or the political level should be immediately called into handling some of these things. You know, in countries that actually function well, the operational day-to-day issues are not supposed to be a policy level issue. In fact, it should not even get to the level of the presidency, all right? But because of the recklessness of some politicians, that's why it's gotten there. Now, in the UK, for example, when they talk about issues like Cobra, etc., I mean, Cobra meetings, that is a strategic, very, very, very high red alert strategic issues before you realize that a prime minister or a president, in the case of America, had actually called such meetings, all right? But when it comes to operational level, you have technocrats who are supposed to take this. And that's why, for me, I think that the next level of attention, apart from Crapper and the politicians, etc., we have to go to the technocrats. Whoever is the director of the energy sector, whoever is responsible for the day-to-day purchases of these things, have to be hauled. They need to be interrogated. And in fact, the media guys, you need the names of these people for us to name and shame, so that we take a decision that if you're not competent enough to actually head such structures, to be able to tell your minister that, Honorable, we cannot do this because the country cannot function for 8 weeks. If you don't put in the right requisition, we will be running aground. Then, of course, we have to call your competencies into question and perhaps exert the actual punishment or the necessary punishment needed, all right? So for me, we do not also have to stop at mentioning the politicians, crap, etc. Who are the technical directors, who are the technocrats responsible for these things that actually allowed the politicians to subject us into this humiliation? So I think that immediately the operational level issues has to be taken care of.
Hospitals must run, because I can imagine that by now somebody needs treatment in Kolebu, in 37, etc. Are we having the power to actually get the hospitals running? Do we have, access to water, etc.? What are some of the, educational supplies, right? That has to be in place so that the schools are running. That day-to-day activities must be going on, and it shouldn't be at the level of presidency, all right? But it has come to this far because it looks like some people decided to do wicked, all right, just because they are leaving the office. Then it means that we need to now broaden our scope, not only energy. Let's go into educational system. Let's go and check what else are the lapses in education that perhaps will call our attention in this day and two, all right? In terms of health, what else operational level issues will call for our attention? So that maybe President Mahama would put all these things together to quickly call for, solutions. Otherwise, the country will be run aground.
Well, let me read a couple of messages that have come in. I have this one from lawyer Richmond Roxon. Good morning to you, Richmond. I hope you're well. Roland, we've had a fragile power sector for 8 years, saddled with huge debts, commercial and technical losses. It's a fact that load management has been ongoing throughout 2024. I'm sure the general public can attest to that fact, that lights have been going off sometimes or for several hours. Due to our over-reliance on natural gas, the Akufo-Addo-led administration failed to procure enough liquid fuel capable of supporting the power plants. He continued, the failure of the past administration to procure enough liquid fuels as backup, knowing it will take time for the new administration to settle, was wickedness, mischievous, and a deliberate attempt to blame the new government. Richmond Roxon, lawyer and energy analyst. And then I also have this one coming from Prince Henry Kofodria, who says the MPP led by knew we were in doomsday, but we're just managing it, and I refused to give us a timetable. And here we are today. Now this is being revealed. The future is pregnant. And then also Chris Ashalibuche says, MPP are just not truthful. Do they really love this nation? The DCE must show some remorse for their failure to deal with the real issues in time. Okay, Chris Ashalibuche and Ismaila Horoya Ali. No wonder during the campaign time, the MPP kept on saying that voting for the NDC is voting for Doomsday because they know what they were planning for. And I have this one from the former, or just they are gone, Odododo Member of Parliament, and Neil Ante van der Poy. And he said, do you know that there is a 428 million CD debt at the Ministry of Youth and Sports alone? 428 million.
I just got the information from one of my colleagues, a professor of accounting. He says, we just saw the evidence on Eurobond, and the evidence is wicked. Yeah,
Eurobond.
One of my colleagues, yeah. He just said, a professor of accounting. So, yeah, he says, we just saw the evidence in Eurobond.
Mohammed Abdulaziz and his people, they saw that thing. They won't come and tell us so that we critically ask.
I think that we need absolute transparency. We need a published transparency. Look, let us see what is happening. Let us see what is happening.
All right, no problem.
Let us see what, and we're not only seeing what is happening. Let us hold people.
Yeah. All right, Jonathan Asante-Otre, PhD. He's here, University of Cape Coast, and then also political analyst. Thank you for joining us. Did you move your house to Accra since December? You've been here.
I've been saying, yeah. You guys have to pay a lot of money for.
All right, and then lawyer Clement Jemfi had to take leave because he had some urgent matters to attend to. And what do you make so far of? I'm sure you've been privy to some few minutes of. A lot to think about. Already, we're having issues of non-procurement of fuel for the next 8 weeks, and this should have been done far advance. of time, because that is the standard operating procedure to do some of these international transactions. And then we're being told pockets of the information that's coming from the transition team.
Well, let me say good morning to our viewers, good morning to colleagues on here. I'm just going to look at the effect of things of that nature. These things do not in any way make foreign investors to be interested in the kinds of things that they want to do. If you look at what the president said in his speech, right, he wants a new business environment that will ensure that Ghana works again as part of the resetting agenda. And so if you are met with this, just some few hours that you took over as president, then I can say that this is a diabolic decision on the part of the outgoing government. And it is intended to discredit the current government. Apart from that, it is to create, economic problems for the current government. And of course, some kind of discontent, civil discontent. The citizens will be a bit upset with the current government. That is the intention behind these things of that nature. Other than that, I think that we are dealing with a president who was faced with energy crisis some years back. Of course, he was able to solve that before he left power. And so you could see that he's bent on ensuring that he doesn't pay lip service to it, because the ESLA that they brought some years back, the just hesitant government told us they were going to cancel that the moment they take over. They extended it for 3 years. And then later on it was used, as you said, they have hedged it into something else. And so we don't really get what the ESLA is supposed to do. That being said, I believe that we cannot also sit aloof and just be blaming. The necessary laws that will have to be used against those who recklessly took decisions of that nature to plunge the country into some kind of economic quagmire must equally face the law if there is a need for something of that sort. And so, by and large, I mean, all parts of the energy situation has been discussed, and so I wouldn't want to, bore our viewers with additional, but just to look at the effect of things of that nature, because energy is the driving force. Sometimes I said, in one of my conversations, I said that energy crisis is far superior to the COVID crisis, because it affects the very productive, part of your economy. And if you cannot produce, then it means that people are going to go hungry. If the energy sector becomes too expensive, then those in the productive sector are also going to encounter things of that nature, and we will not be able to buy the product that they will be producing for all of us. We will also not be competitive internationally. And so you have to look at this as a national security crisis that we have to deal with. Other than that, we'll be laughing at the wrong side of our mouth. We cannot play propaganda with the energy sector. Maybe going forward, like in years past, in Mr. Rawlins's era, we used to increase fuel at the reading of every budget. Later years, we realized that no, that will not suffice. So it was deregularized in Mr. Mahama's era. So Mr. Kukuba and
the deregulation started under the Kufuor era, actually.
Well, Mr. Kukuba, I think full deregulation.
Yeah, and then transition to a period where we have every 2 weeks now.
The energy, the markets. I think it was Mahama's
era that they fully
did the markets.
Yes, yes, that the market would determine, so on and so forth. And so we've come a long way. We can no longer do propaganda in that particular sector. It won't work. We need to face the reality, because it is that engine that drives the entire economy. So we cannot make it business as usual. And I believe that with the benefit of hindsight and the experience that he's had in dealing with the energy sector, he said that we were no longer going to deal with the energy like what we have been doing, the top dressing. He wants to deal with it, right, fully, without, like in time past, in Mr. Rawlins's era, we had Dumso. Mr. Kufuor's era, we had. Professor Mills and Mr. Mahama, we had a full-blown doom song. So he said no, he's not going to blame past leaders. He wants to solve it. So by the end of his term, he was able to solve that. But you see, when your father dies and leaves you some kind of properties, because you don't know how he was able to raise those properties, when they give those properties to you, you are not able to handle it well, because you do not know how he was able to what? To acquire all these properties. And you think that because you did not put any much effort in that, you do not see the value. That is exactly what President Akufo-Addo's regime has done to us. And I think that we need to condemn them in no uncertain terms and ensure that never again should we be experiencing this energy crisis. And I believe that if you don't have generational problem, then the only source of the problem is fuel. We don't have generation, and that in itself is money. So if we are able to solve the monetary aspect, then I think that we are good to go. So those who ought to know better, and they did not do that, maybe at the right time, but at this point in time, we need to solve the problem so we do not create further problems.
Now, Solo, if we have to make sure that we are on top of things, what should be some of the key things that need to be done with the various sectors, the industry players and the stakeholders? So, for example, when it comes to trading and importation, they have GUTA. We already know that we have a chamber for the IPPs as well and all that. So, for education, we have the unions who are available, NATS and all.
So yesterday, the president gave an indication as to the areas that he intends to focus. 4 key areas that he intends to focus, and I agree with him. The stabilization of the economy or the economic restructuring, improvement of the business or investment environment to ensure Ghana is reopened for business, governance and constitutional reforms, and accountability and fight against corruption. For businesses to thrive, there has to be stability in the economy. And when we say stability in the economy, we need to have a stable currency, we need to have low inflation, we need to have low taxes and duties. And you also have to make sure that you put in place a very comprehensive policy to assure you of expenditure management and control, as well as make sure that you push more financing to the SMEs. And this is a Herculean task. We are talking about an inflation rate of 23%. How do you reduce it to a single digit? It's not an overnight job, which calls for a lot of austerity and also discipline. You are talking about a cedi to the dollar. This one I hear is 15 cedi, but I don't normally go with what they post on the various websites, because it's the Abochi that has the cedi and the dollar. And when I check with the Abochi guys, it's still within 17 cedi. So you have to bring it down. If it is not down, businesses are not going to grow. You have to make sure that taxes are lowered. That is also another matter, because mind you, as we speak, we are with the IMF. So there are a lot of things, more or less the president's hands are tied. There are a lot of things that he cannot do immediately. And whether we like it or not, we need to operate within the staff level agreement that we signed with the IMF. So the tax bit, it has to be something that the government of the day must come clean. If it is that the president has to apologize, he has to apologize. But there are certain taxes that immediately it can go. For instance, the COVID tax. COVID is long gone. And I believe one of the areas that the president can do this country the greatest honor is to account to us how much the country realized from the COVID tax. How much we realized from the sanitation levy or whatever they call it. Because it cannot just be allowed to go untouched or unpunished when we invested $43 or so million into the dredging of what? The Odo. By our dear Cecilia Dapa. You see, the man said we should be citizens. When people wanted to be citizens and said, Mr. President, there is no way. Look, if you have gone to the Odona and Alaju areas and engaged the guys around, and I tell you, even bought them some shovels, they would have done this job with 5 million Ghana cedis. They would have cleaned it. This woman said she used $43 million and ordered the former president. I was so happy when I saw former president Nana Akufo-Addo yesterday.
I was overjoyed.
You were overjoyed, eh? And for the first time, I saw the former president rather getting up to greet Ibrahim Mahama, who does not have any position in government. Somebody that was asking chiefs, get up, get up, get up. And greet me. You see how it is? That is the power of the tongue. And so we need to let the people understand how much and how all these taxes have been used. That is the only way to assure the confidence and the hope the president was talking about yesterday. Now, when we have been able to stabilize the economy, automatically it will kick in a very serene business environment. Businesses thrive when there is access to funding or capital, there is low taxes, the energy sector is booming, we have all the infrastructure. And yesterday, if you were listening, the moment the president said that as his fourth point, accountability and fight against corruption, all of a sudden, everyone was clapping in there. What it means is that the Ghanaian will never forgive President John Mahama if he decides to do business as usual. Scratch my back, let me scratch your back. Scratch my back, let me scratch your back is what has brought this country to where we are.
Absolutely.
Politicians form, after all, of course, we have friends in there, but it does not mean I'll go and pay my tax. Ask Prof and Doc how much they deduct from their salaries every month as taxes.
Hey.
It's a lot of money.
Sure.
Roland, how much do they deduct from your salary? And when we are going through the hustle and bustle of paying these taxes, we entrust it in the hands of politicians and they use it anyhow.
So you said the standing ovation for the Burkinabe.
Yes. Why was it that?
It means accountability.
Accountability. The guy
standing ovation for
him.
Even at the risk of
because it looks like his radical
he's dealing with issues.
Yes.
So the Ghanaian
to the people.
Yes, the Ghanaian was applauding him. Though he was having a sidebar. That one I disagree. Whoever allowed him to go there with that pistol. That was a security breach. And if it was allowed by the IGP, these are some of the reasons why he has been fired. I'm very straight on it. You allow a Burkinabe president to go and meet the Ghanaian president with a sidebar. If you had a change of mind that close range and power, what would have happened to this country? What would have happened? When he was on the soil of Ghana, the total security of this country rested on us, not the Burkinabes. So accountability is key. And we all know the issues. One of the advice that I would prefer is for President John Mahama to just adopt what Mr. Lantramati was saying, lifestyle audit. That one is enough. Just do a lifestyle audit of all the appointees and you will get all of them. You will get all of them.
I think in one of the reforms proposed with this declaration of assets,
yes,
it's no longer going to be a situation where you just declare, put it in an envelope and sealed. They are now going to go around checking those things that you have declared and confirm.
Fantastic.
And I think that is, if we're able to adopt that,
yes,
it will be a step in the right direction.
I think it shouldn't be physical, just going to documentation as in this one.
So wouldn't you wait till you have a problem before you go and open it?
The current arrangement is where you just envelope it. You can even decide to give an empty envelope. Anyone will know. But I mean, President Mahama, if you listened to him yesterday, he talked about good governance and constitutional reforms. These are issues that, especially with the fact that we have overwhelming majority.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if that requires a referendum. We can use the...
It depends for entrenched clauses.
Yes, I'm not sure if that particular article that deals with the issue of asset declaration is not an entrenched. So those ones, they are the hanging fruits that we can easily use our numbers in Parliament to deal with.
All right, so let me go to Johnny Hughes and Beatrice Edu to get the latest run-up of what the key aspects of the president's speech was at that inauguration, but also what really is confronting him as the new president of the Republic a day after taking office. Johnny.
Well, thank you very much. Interesting conversation.
I was hoping that my friend IGP would have stayed. A very good friend of mine from back in the day, but he left. Very interesting.
He also abandoned you?
Well, of course.
No comment.
Well, he abandoned me when he got power, but brothers are brothers, so yeah. So yeah. We see we don't judge. Yeah, we don't judge. Anyway, so yesterday was the inauguration. President John Dramani Mahama in his inaugural speech, and we had to piece a few of the very salient points together so you could get an understanding, and maybe as citizens, not spectators, we can all begin to hold him accountable. In the last few years, we have moved from crisis to crisis. So it's given us what the outlook of the country is now. But there is hope on the horizon. So he talks about the crisis, but he also is bringing some assurance. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance in economic management. That's one of the key things that he said, that there is crisis. Yeah. And a typical example of the crisis is the energy crisis that we have on our hands at this point.
By it
the fact that somebody had a duty to procure enough fuel or enough oil for us to be able to sustain the sector, but didn't procure it. And then when you ask the question, the conversation is that we voted for change, you are now in power.
Take care of it.
Just a day after handing over. I mean, that clearly is a crisis. And as Dr. Jonathan Asante said, and Prof has said that as well, if the energy sector is not fit for purpose, it affects all the other sectors. Transport is affected, trade is affected, personal lives of individuals are affected.
Healthcare. People could die, mortuaries and all of those things.
That's right. And once the energy sector is not healthy enough, it affects everything. Could there be a case, for example, where negligence of duty on the side of the Minister for Energy, whose job was to have ensured that we had a good refill at a good time? Could there be a way we could hold him accountable for negligence of duty?
I think that was the point the panel made earlier, we should find out all those individuals who were responsible for this refill, as it were, and hold them accountable for this. That's right.
So, but he is also promising hope. Now, on what is this hope built? Yeah. Because if the quagmire has been mired, then the hope that he is promising and the new horizon should have enough basis. We don't know what John Mahama knows. You and I were not at the transition table. Now we're getting some insights from what happened at the transition table. It comes back to the point I made earlier. And I started making this point, Roland, was it 3-4 weeks back? I started saying that, look, what it is that you're seeing at the transition table, publicize it so the entirety of Ghanaians can get a fair understanding of what is being handed over to you. If not, like the president said yesterday, the former president said yesterday, we are handing over a solid economy, the lights are on, blah, 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 blah. Then the next day, somebody's lights is off. Say, John Mahama brought it back. So publicize what you saw there. And I thought that would have been done before yesterday's handing over.
I think the only major thing they highlighted on was the fact that the president was doing last minute, or the government was doing last minute recruitment.
That's just one of the many different things.
Yes.
Because look, if your energy sector is crippled, forget about it.
Yeah.
If your energy sector is crippled, and Prof was just talking about the fact that he made a wise decision to have bought a power bank, not in Ghana, in Sheffield, but it's serving its purpose in Ghana, right? So he couldn't have been here if he didn't have the power bank, because he couldn't have ordered his Uber. He couldn't have paid for the Uber because he doesn't have a car now. That would have affected the production we are having now, where people are enjoying. Over 3,500,000 people are enjoying that production now on social media. He couldn't have been making the salient point he's making now. And then when he leaves here, he couldn't have gone on to do some other jobs.
Because he will connect to them.
And then his family would have been affected, because whatever resources he could have gotten from doing those businesses would have been affected. So you see the ripple effect that it has. And then those people who are looking for him to remit 1 or 2 to them would have also been affected. So if your energy sector is crippled, everything else is crippled. Now, it beats my imagination for people to say that, you wanted change, we voted for change, you are in power, now fix it. It's just one day after the handing over ceremony. And that is the most unrealistic thing for anybody to say. And then people say, once you are saying that you don't put the blame on the new government, then you are being a hypocrite. I mean, I think that the real hypocrites here are those who know that the problem existed, they whitewashed the problems, they covered the problems, They presented the problems as if there were no problems. And then suddenly, once they lost, and they are no longer in charge, they say, you fix the problem.
The reasonable argument is that before you exit, at least everything is stabilized for some moment. And then after that, if the government, which is in power, is still complaining, then you have the authority, as it were, to say that, okay, they gave you some time.
That's right.
Now you're in charge, so you can take responsibility for what's going on.
What would the government have done if they were handing over to themselves? Because in 2021, the government handed over to itself. Even that, and it comes back to this point, and I'll make a certain analogy from that. In 2021, we had to wait for 9 solid months to get MMDCEs in place. 9 solid months. My friend IGP who just left here, Amansia South or Amansia, I've forgotten the specific, one of the Amansia areas. It had to take 9 solid months for us to get MMDCEs in place.
Local governance and decentralization.
That's right. And 9 solid months, there was a Damboche committee that was set up to do vetting. And then for 9 months, people were being vetted so that a government handing over to itself could get assemblies to work. Within those 9 months, regional ministers literally took over the assemblies, and the assemblies could not take any major policy decision or any major policy, spending or anything like that, because if you look at Act 936, the assemblies have to plan and then hand it over to the MCE with his office have to plan, and then they hand it over to the assembly to take a decision. Yeah. They are only ex officio on the assembly. They are not legitimate members. So if for 9 months you have not chosen your MMDCE because the assemblies will have to vote and decide on the nominations that have been made by the president, then for 9 months you cripple the whole economy. So this energy crisis that we have, because we failed to buy the right quantum of oil, we failed to refill, etc. FIFO-LIFO, that's what it's called, Prof. We failed to apply that simple rule.
Yeah.
We have literally crippled it. But John Mahama is promising hope. On what is this hope built on? Then he goes on today should mark the beginning of a new hope, opportunity, and an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and economic management. Now, this is a very broad one, but let's look at the 4 key policy areas that he spoke about. 1, economic restoration and stabilization. How is it going to do that? Fixing the cedi and the dollar rate? Because now those who literally depleted their stock in December for the Christmas festivities and all of that will be looking forward to some more dollars to refill. All right? So there will be another press down on our cedi. And
don't forget that the president said, in that last State of the Nation address, that he had left about $8 billion reserves.
Right.
As compared to the $6 billion he got. But the analysis, again, from economists, and I remember we spoke to Professor John Gache, for instance, who was saying that $6 billion as at 2016, when or 2017, when the president was taking over power, was worth more than $8 billion now because of the situation we find ourselves in. Because at the time, the inflation rate
the value is not the same.
The value is not the same. At the time, the inflation wasn't the same. And I remember one solid analysis by the CEO of Dalex Finance, for instance, who talked about, and again, he was analyzing the president's State of the Nation address when he said that we've been able to move the inflation rate from 54% in 2022 to now 26% thereabout. And so we've done well. 23-ish. Again, the argument is that when it hit 54, inflation went to 54, which means that if we're buying something at 100 cedis, you needed to add 54% of that. It didn't go down when it went down to 23. What it means is that it hit 54 at the time, and then it's still gone up again to 23. So that argument about we brought it down from 54 to 23 may not necessarily stand, because it is still impacting negatively on the economy of individuals. Our pocket. Earlier, you were talking about coins in your pocket.
It's still in my pocket, by the way.
But your salaries or your
haven't changed,
which means that you're still affected by whatever it is that has gone on.
The economic restoration, for example, and stabilization, I mean, we're talking about the currency issues. But then we'll also talk about a policy, for example, like gold for oil. Right? And we're told how gold for oil is going to make sure that we had oil available, petrol available, gasoline available, kerosene at a cheaper rate.
Yeah.
Did it bring that? Did it change anything? And if we still have gold for oil today, why are we complaining about the fact that we couldn't buy enough oil or couldn't bring in enough oil to sustain our energy sector? So that gold for oil, within the first 120 days, is it something that must be sustained, something that must be scrapped?
Yeah.
It's a conversation that must be had. Improvement on the business and investment environment. And this is also very critical because if you are a businessman and you used to have a capital of, say, $10,000, now your $10,000 literally is not worth $10,000. You need a lot more to import, all right? So what's happening at the ports, your tax regimes, and all the other factors that come to make your cost of doing business.
And this is actually also contained in that 120-day promise where he talks about, for instance, removing taxes on imported vehicles that are for industrialized or industrialization purposes.
And all of that.
Exactly. So this falls within that.
But then if in the first 120 days, John Mahama is promising to do these things, and we are now learning at first hand on day 2 of his presidency, we are now learning that the energy sector may be crippled. The fact that you drive to a filling station now, you may not get fuel to buy. John Jinapo says that we have just about 5 days, 5 hours.
I heard about, okay. 5 hours, exactly. So I heard right.
To sustain the whole industry. Then really, so the gold for oil, what was it all about and what did it achieve?
Yeah.
Because Dr. Baumia's novel idea of gold for oil was supposed to make sure that all these things were a thing of the past. So now we must begin to interrogate the policies and whether or not they were just slogans, empty slogans, or whether they scratched the people where they aged. Again, the investment environment. We know the DDEP and what it did to us. And we know how people are very wary and how a lot of businesses rolled up their stuff and folded and went and left. I mean, you can name the big companies that decided to leave the shores of this country because they didn't feel that the tax regimes and cost of doing business in the business environment the climate was good enough for them and all of that, right? So now he's promising to improve business and investment environment. How he proposes to do that when all these conditions exist is a problem because the magnanimity of the problems that have been created, right, how monstrous they are, cannot be fixed in a day or two. And the 120 days will have all these hiccups. People will start seeing the explanations and the release and the unveiling of the problems as excuses.
Yeah.
How he moves away from that to the reality is another conversation.
And again, I think that's what we talked about earlier, that yes, paint a picture for us what the situation is as you're taking over. But again, the expectation of Ghanaians is that you set up a new pathway, as it were, to give us that trajectory that moves us from the past of not doing enough to protect the country.
Right. Governance and constitutional reforms is also there, and we've spoken about the quality of governance, accountability. We've spoken about the quality of the persons who will be appointed.
And now there's oral.
Yes, but the persons who will be appointed to serve in the government, most critically, must be people who have the expertise and the experience. Because, if things have been messed up to a point where it looks like it's beyond repair, you need the best pair of hands to fix it, not a set of matra and makwe people. You need people who know their beings to be able to do it. So, for example, if you are talking about trade and industry, you need somebody who has experience in trade, right? International trade and all of that.
You have Alan on your mind?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't appoint, but the president does. I mean, I'm sure within the NDC they can find people, within the NPP they can find people if they,
even
want
to. Gabra,
yes, if they want to do, not to do a winner takes all, they can find people. But the point I'm making is that you must, at this point, not do matra makwe. You must, at this point, not just necessarily be interested in political patronage. You must, at this point, not just be interested in rewarding people because they had a certain godfather who brought you money or held your hand when you were in the ditch or something like that. You must, within this first year at least, bring on the best pair of hands to handle the situation. You don't need somebody who's now trying to learn on the job to understand what the space is about. And accountability and the fight against corruption, for me, is a very big theme because if John Mahama is able to pick up people who have genuinely committed wrongs against the people of Ghana, the constitution of the country, and to punish them severely, jail them or whatever it is. Look, the people of Ghana will clap for them. Solo was just talking about the fact that when he spoke about accountability and the fight against corruption, the whole Independence Square applauded him.
Yeah.
I mean, I was here throughout the midnight until the morning of the 7th.
Yeah.
And by 2 a.m., people have started gathering at the Independence Square. It was already full.
I mean, that should tell you that they haven't given up the fight on corruption.
So if it behoves now, the buck stops with John Mahama. It is not, the buck doesn't stop with Oral, or it doesn't stop with the OSP, or it doesn't stop with the Attorney General. The buck stops with John Mahama.
Yeah.
What John Mahama directs his appointees to do is what they will do. If there's belief that people have been corrupt, people have gotten wealth that they shouldn't have gotten, people have stolen, people have dipped their hands into pockets that they shouldn't have and coffers that they shouldn't have, he should identify them, he should find the requisite evidence, he should put them before the requisite courts, and he should jail them. And I will recommend that he gets specialized courts for these things so that there is some form of expediency attached to it. If he's able to jail people, okay, who people are making allegations, but he's able to pick up people, find the evidence, put them before court, and jail them, the country will kiss him and kiss him again.
Indeed.
If he's not able, and this was the same kind of, what you call goodwill that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had. Remember that in the first year, and mind you, about 1 million votes and then about 1.7 million votes. That's the difference. It tells you the question of a goodwill. In 2017, when Nana Addo said he was going to fight corruption, OSP brought in Martin Amido, everybody, he had the goodwill. And we treated him with kid gloves until about the third year when we realized that nothing did happen. And then in comes Kissie Jabin.
Johnny, I think we'll have to...
Now, I'm coming. Until Kissie Jabin came in.
Yeah.
We still no see show, right?
Yeah.
But if he is able at this point, in this very first year, or maybe in the first 6 months, or first 12 months, is able to pick people up who have acquired stuff beyond their pay grade that they can't explain, monies in their accounts, all the Cecilia Dapa conversations, is able to get down and clean it up and get people to go behind bars. The country will clap for him. At least he would have not just jailed people, he would have also retrieved some monies to make up for the lines that e-levy would have given us, that the betting tax would have given us, that the fusion emissions tax would have given us, and all of those ones. That is what he should be doing. But one of the sins of John Akufo-Addo is that he just paid lip service, right, to fighting corruption. He cannot pay lip service to fighting corruption because the people promised, the people voted for change, and he must bring that change.
He must make that change. We'll have to continue with this conversation, but we'll be back very shortly and we'll give you more details. Just don't go away.
Santex and Crown Paints. Excellent paint that is resistant to peeling, mold, algae, and fungus. It comes in a wide range of colors with high opacity, high spread rate, and dries fast with no afterpaint stench. Santex and Crown Paints are distributed by Bamson Company Limited. Locate us at Sickens House, Old Fatima Road, South Industrial Area, Accra, or any of our branches in Atabraka, East Legon, Tema, and Adum in Kumasi. Call or WhatsApp us on 0573839640. Santex and Crown Paint. It's not just paint, it's personal.
La Villa Boutique Hotel.
radio every morning, sunrise from 5:55 a.m. till 10 a.m. You need to tune in and listen also for Johnny's Bites at 6:50 a.m. Till on, and then you join us. But I'm here with Beatrice Adu, and we're just running through the inaugural speech of President John Dramani Mahama, whose first day of work is today. Now, he also called for a national reset, and that was the base of the campaign of the NDC in the 2024 campaign. So it's called a reset. So the NPP had an upgrade, and they spoke about a reset. John Mahama stressed the need for a national reset to restore faith in Ghana's institutions and leadership. Beatrice, institutions, leadership.
And I mean, that's something we talked about briefly earlier, that you need to have strong institutions. But I'm happy that he also talks about leadership.
Right.
Because if the institutions are strong and the individuals are wobbling, they cannot implement what it is that is needed to ensure that we're moving forward, the institutions are working as they should. And I think that was one of the things we talked about yesterday before we wrapped up our shift, when we were talking about the Iyoko statue. Tiwa, exactly. And I remember one of the analysts say that if you're being given a statue because you fed them well, you've given them good welfare, you should actually ask them to pull it down, because it should be about the institution. It should be that when you came, let's say it was at level 10, you've been able to take it to level 15. And so it's necessary that indeed our institutions are working as they should. And we've heard Kisia Jabing and Office of the Special Prosecutor really talking about the need for resources to be given them and all of that. If you're able to resource the institutions, then individuals who are willing to work and make change are able to do that. And that's why there's a need for the strong leadership that you talk about.
You know, yesterday when I was watching the inaugural ceremony here, I was just thinking, and when you spoke about institutions and leadership, one thing came to mind. I asked myself a simple question. What kind of leadership are we talking about? Are we talking about paper leadership or real-time
leadership?
Because what we have had at many different times in the last administration was just paper leadership. I mean, talk shop, people who spoke to wish away our problems, people who either issued press releases to wish away our problems, or the president says something, the public comes bashing him, and then you find another minister coming to explain English in English. And you find it strange. Yesterday, while I was watching the inaugural ceremony, I was just looking at the security chiefs. Our fire service chief, Odwade, is gone on retirement, but he is still there taking contracts. Our prisons chief, gone on retirement, he was still there taking contracts. Our immigration service chief, he was gone on retirement and still had contracts. And you ask yourself, are there no other young people to take over from them?
For me,
hold on. So I was just looking at, so your security architecture is being managed by old people who have agreed that they are going on retirement, but they are fighting for contract to stay on, and you have an insatiable appetite of creating a brigade of old dwaddies to be with you. They will only sing your praise because you give them contracts.
I agree with the fact that...
And they will only allow for you to get your people in there because they have your hands in your mouth, and so
you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
Thank you very much.
I agree with the fact that you need to have young people, fresh minds, managing affairs. But again, the question I would want to ask is, the people who are in place, are they ensuring that the institutions are strong? Are they giving good or great leadership to ensure that they are transforming the institutions and even inspiring the people around them to ensure that they are also able to do the same?
I asked a simple question about the fire service chief, Mr. Kuno. And some of the fire service people say, oh, when he came, he has built 1 or 2 places, he changed our uniforms, look at the fire service headquarters. I said, that's not the important thing. The important thing that most fire service, prisons, immigrations, they are old welfare, common accommodation. It has not been paid. The last check, only 1/4 for year 2024 had been paid. The rest had not been paid. That's some debt that John Mahama is inheriting as we speak now. Now, if, for example, Mr. Kuno or Mr. Ejire at prisons or Mr. Esia Techi at immigration had put in structures, it doesn't matter, like Jerry Rollins would say, even if it's the devil that you appoint to be boss of an institution, it will work because there's a structure. Here at Media General, there's a structure. I don't need Madam Beatrice Ajiman to come here this morning to come and tell me to do work on the magic wall, because there is a structure. I don't need Astus Ahiable, my general manager of news, to come here to tell me to be on the magic wall because there's a structure. I don't need Mabel Akubanasi or Lois or anybody to come tell me because there is a structure. So that structure must be there, and it must not be recruitment based on who you know. So you find a tall man like Jonathan Asante-Ottri who applies to join the immigration service, and he's denied entry, even though he's qualified per height, education, his health is intact, everything. Then you find one Kapwepwe who is put in place of Jonathan Asante-Ottri. And you tell me that connection. Exactly. Because the institution has been weakened because of the poor leadership that has been foisted on them. And I'm just using these as examples. And it cuts across. Yeah. You find a lot of, and that's why I started the whole thing, let the retirees go and let the young grow. I am not anti-age. I am saying, for example, that if you had an institution that had a board and you had an older person who is matured, experienced, who has had work experience, managerial experience, and directorial experience, and that person is a board chair, that person can better manage a board. But if you have old people who are on retirement, right, they've gone past 60, they've gone through the first layer of retirement, 62, then they get another retirement, 64, then they get another 66, and then their board chairman is now going to be 50 years. Who is going to control who? You see the confusion that the last administration foisted on us. And so you have had many of those institutions that have been run aground. A typical example is GEHOC. GEHOC was very profitable. Very, very profitable. I have been showing the books of GEHOC on TV. GEHOC has been making losses, it's been run down. Their production levels have dropped to the minimum. But the president, because the man is the president's in-law, he's watched on for the whole state institution to be run aground. Some of the best hands at GEHOC have left. Now GEHOC is now going to, so it's now going to be a liability. And at the last count, we're even thinking of trying to package GEHOC to sell it. That is bad leadership and weakened institution. Well, hopefully, so John Mahama must not repeat that sin of Akufo-Addo.
Hopefully he knows what he means by ensuring that we have strong institutions and great leadership.
You see, when President Akufo-Addo said, I'm a man in a hurry, we did not ask him where he was taking us. Only he knew what he was thinking when he said he was a man in a hurry. We cannot repeat that mistake. John Mahama says he's going to give us leadership and Ghana's institutions. We must tell him what it is that we, the citizens, we want, not what he is thinking.
And not what he is thinking.
Thank you. Because Akufo-Addo said, I'm a man in a hurry. We didn't ask him,
so
where
this
are you
time,
taking
we
us?
should tell him what
After
we
8 years, we knew where he took us. We need a reset of faith in our country, in our institutions, and in ourselves. This, I agree. What do you think?
I agree too. But again, for you or for somebody to have faith in our institutions, our country, and ourselves, yes. But in the country and institutions, there must be that previous.
Right.
The previous must work before you have that.
Right.
Because you must be proud of what is there. I'm proud because the country is working. I'm proud because institutions are working. I'm proud because if somebody steals a fowl, the person will not be imprisoned for 10 years. And another person who is taking huge sums of money would be pardoned or would be allowed to go scot-free or will not even be caught at all.
That's right.
If these things are in place, then somebody can sit down and say, I'm proud of my country because things do work. So that comes before this.
A lot of research.
As for ourselves, I mean, for people who say that I'm trying to build a life for myself, you're not necessarily depending on the government or anything. So you must build it in yourselves. But when it comes to the country and institutions, of course, the previous ones must work before you come.
So it's a structure. Yeah. First, the country must be reset, and then the institutions will follow suit, and then the people can have faith after resetting their minds. Right?
Yes.
And then you are Ghana, I am Ghana. Together we make this country. That's correct. Let's enter into a covenant to build the Ghana we all desire. So here, I'm suspecting that he's saying there will be no Edidija. Because when there is Edidija, right, and some people are eating and some people are not eating. Yeah. For example, we are told that, oh, we are in this together. You remember that statement? We are in this together. We've been told that before. Yeah. And then you find that some people are living large. Some people are finding dollars missing in their homes. And then you cannot even afford a 3-square meal or even a single meal. You will not be happy. So if Ghana is for all of us, and together we can make the country, we will enter that covenant knowing that there will be no Edidija, so that we all get a piece of the cake.
And for me, this is where this is how I also see it. that inaugural speech by George Bush in 2001 when he said that, let's be citizens and not spectators.
The one we plagiarized, you mean?
I'm referring to George Bush's...
But the one we plagiarized.
George Bush's statement, which means that, and I love the fact that it's not just me.
Right.
I can't work without you.
That's right.
So come on board.
Ubuntu.
Let's do it together. Meaning that if you're in your own corner, do the right thing because you're helping Ghana.
Right.
You don't have to be in government to do the right thing to help make things work. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, ensure that you're doing it to your best, and it is also for the interest of Ghana.
So it's not a we against them situation.
No, we are all in this
all
together.
of us being involved.
Just like,
but then this one says, so that we get the Ghana we all desire.
Just like, and that's why I wanted to land. Just like you're sitting in your car, and I'm sure you've seen it. You're driving or you're behind a car, and you see people throw stuff out of their cars onto the street.
That's right.
Or people sweeping and putting them in the gutter. As if to say that if you put them in the gutter, it will vanish. It will build up, and when it rains, it will flood and it will come to your house. So nobody may see you do that, but you're doing the right thing, and we all get the Ghana we deserve at the end of the day.
You know, there's those who also, and to buttress that point that you make, people see others doing the wrong thing, and then they say, oh, niawu ye jayo siyechiwa.
Yeah.
Who is going to chino?
You are the one.
You are there with the person.
Yeah.
The person is doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You are not correcting the person. You are not reprimanding the person. You are not stopping the person. You are not educating the person. You're not teaching the person. But you're only telling the person that what you are doing, if you are caught by who?
But you see, at the end of the day, I think it goes back to the point we talked about earlier, about strong institutions.
Right.
So that if I know you're stealing, not you, you're stealing or somebody is stealing, and I have the confidence that if I go to OSP or go to Yoko or go to police, they will investigate, they will go after the person and not rather give information about who came to give that information. Then I have confidence. I can go and report and not stand on the side and say that Yechiwa, because I know if I go forward with the information I have, action will be taken on it.
But if now you are recruiting at last minute party people, political people, I mean, we have sadly done that to all our institutions, including even the Electoral Commission. Look, today is the 8th of January, right? Today is exactly 1 month, 1 day since we voted as a country. Today is the 8th of January.
Has come so fast,
yes, today is 1 month, 1 day, exactly. Has the Electoral Commission been able to count all the valid votes that we cast?
Well, they'll tell you that there are a lot of cases.
You answer first question, then you can explain
the Electoral Commission hasn't done that.
Thank you.
And
now I'm saying that.
What I'm saying is the legal issues.
I'm saying that before the legal issues came, the Electoral Commission, is 1 + 1 is 2.
Indeed.
The Electoral Commission told us that they were spending so much money to recruit so many people who had degrees, who had statistics background, research background, right? Not riffraff from the street,
and
pardon my friend.
what they were supposed to do.
And they were spending so much time to train them, spending so much time to pay them monies. Is this the quality that they... Because we spent money for it. It's not for free.
I'm sure you heard Boss Manasari.
I'm saying it's not for free. It's not Boss Manasari's business to be telling me. I'm talking about Boss Manasari's boss, who went to Parliament before the Special Budget Committee and put a bill before them and justified that bill. That because of the troubles we have had in the past with elections, we do not want to just pick anybody. So we are picking people with degrees, align? We are picking people who have experience. We are picking knowledgeable people with research background. Is this the output of research background? That 1 month, 1 day after the country has voted, we have not been able to count all the votes? And this is a competent Electoral Commission. This is beyond incompetence. 1 month, 1 day after the people of Ghana voted, we cannot do 1 + 1 is 2. Come on. Come on. So if our decisions will prioritize inclusivity, ensuring everyone has a seat at the table, no edidija.
Yeah.
If you are qualified, you get in there. And then he says, we'll create an equitable society where opportunities are open to. I think it's about the same things being repeated here and there. Your innovation and dedication will be the backbone of our success story. Here, I think that a lot of young people who have business ideas, particularly those who have the entrepreneurial spirit, you know, will be looking forward to tap into this. How do they get soft loans? How do they get support? How do they get tax waivers like we see being given to big hotels and foreign companies in millions
Which
and
was
billions.
what the then minority resisted.
Exactly.
And they still didn't allow the finance minister to go through with.
Some had been done. How do those young people get those opportunities given to them? You know, because now there are a lot of young people who want to be their own bosses. They want to create their own jobs. Some are software designers, some are coders, some are farmers, some are whatever, name them. They just want to do their own thing. They want to start something. They have a vision of also employing people, you know, and also being very creative and innovative to help the success story of Ghana. Now, they will need the support. Beyond this English, what really is the pledge? How does John Mahama intend to expand this so that it will not be about having a party card before you can benefit?
This is so necessary because if you're a young person, entrepreneur wanting to start a business, and you're saying maybe where you live is not conducive enough for you to start from, and you want to get an office, I can tell you the journey is going to cost you a lot of money because those who are going to rent you the office, and I know that is still in place, they will take about 5 years advance for that office.
That's right.
That is aside from the equipment you may need, at least the table and the chair you may
furniture.
need. So all of that costs a lot. We're not saying that go give them the money they need for that. But what kind of system do you want to put in place to make it easier so that the young person who has just had just some thousands of CDs and wanting to start life with in terms of business would not have to go through that hurdle of going to look for 5 years advance for an exorbitant, you know, shop or office price, and then not to even think of the equipment that is needed to be able to establish something. These are the things that really ought to be looked at.
Even so for me, right? Even so for me, there is a conversation also about the fact that you're a young person, you want to start a business. Maybe your father has a small shop or has a frontage. You find a container, you put it there. You put a signage on it. As soon as you put the signage on it, the local assembly is running to you. Tax. GRA is running, even before you make your first PESWA. The tax institutions are running to you. And the young people think that this is so unfair because they see the tax waivers being granted in Parliament in millions of dollars to people who literally finished and they bag all the money and they go away to their countries.
Capital flight.
Some come here, they set up businesses in 5 years, they re-engineer the companies, they change the ownership of the company, they would have enjoyed tax holiday for 5 solid years, and they would have gone. We gave monies to people in the name of 1D1F to expand factories and employ people. They expanded the factories, they didn't employ the people. If not, if they had employed the people, we wouldn't have moved from 8% of our population being unemployed to over 14% being unemployed. It's just the figure speaking to us and telling us that there's a certain youth bulge, and it's a national security concern, and if we do not take care, we will have a problem. Now, let's quickly wrap up. Now, this also is very critical. He assured the business community that his administration would work to foster a business-friendly environment and promote public-private partnerships. I love
the
this.
first bit we've already spoken about.
But there's the public-private partnership. I love that. I love that because it helps the private sector to grow. But also, in the last period, I've seen a certain bad habit that we have developed as a country, especially in terms of land grabbing. So you find a certain stool land or a family land, then it has been acquired in the past by a previous government for a certain purpose. That purpose is no longer happening. The law says give the land back to the original owners. The land is not given back to them. Before you know, there is somebody building either an apartment or a hotel or something on it, and we say it's public-private partnership. I don't know how many places you have lived at, but because of the work my father did, we lived at many different places. Places like cantonments, Roman Ridge, etc. There are places I knew personally, which used to be bungalows of officers and all of that. Most of those places have been broken down and given off, sometimes sold outrightly, or sometimes in the name of public-private partnership. How do we do this public-private partnership thing without necessarily endangering public lands and public property, etc.?
I mean, it calls for a probe, whatever it is. There's a need to look into some of these things that have been done. And moving forward, how do you do things rightly? That is the most important thing.
So I'll give you a typical example. The Chaplain General of the Prison Service now, as we speak, his home, his official residence, right, his official bungalow, is in the hands of public-private partnership also.
So let the oral team and the others investigate.
So the man was living in the house, and they started walling the house around him.
Because at the end of the day, there are laws and legislative instruments that guide whatever thing we do, even in terms of how we use our lands.
And this is the final one, and this is very instructive. This is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where unity, progress, and equity are not just ideals, but the very fabric of our nation. This is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals, but the very fabric of our nation. These are the standpoints.
And we have a responsibility
Nation building,
as individuals.
patriotic call, not low-budget Togo jeans patriotic moves, right? It has to be proper top-notch.
Did you say Togo jeans?
Yeah, low-budget Togo jeans. You know, there's Togo jeans and there's also low-budget.
They may not be too excited with you.
So no, there's Togo jeans. Those who wear, they know. And there's also low-budget Togo jeans. I'm not talking about that kind of patriotism. And then it's something to build a nation. There's a promise for unity, where we must come together and collaborate for the progress, so that we all feel equal before the law, not a certain order from above, or do you know who I am, or do you know me, or do you know where I work? No, we don't want that. And then the fabric of the nation remains as such, yeah?
I think for me, these are the ideas under the vision of the president now.
And just a few of the things in there.
A few of the things, indeed, that we're able to look at. But I think that I would still talk about our responsibility as individuals, because yes, we need a leadership, we need a strong institutions, but we as individuals also must live up to being citizens and responsible as well. You're still here on New Day, and of course myself and Johnny analyzing some of the things the new president said he will be doing. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up the show and be bringing you some more, so you don't have to go away. Just stay with us.
Absolutely.
Well, so we're live here again. Studios TV3 also broadcasting live, 3FM 92.7. We'll continue with this great wrap-up coverage by Election Command Center. And that's a day after that inauguration. We'll bring you up to speed with the meeting that President Mahama is having with the various IPPs as well as other generators of power. Already we know, we'll put that on the screens for you. WAPCO as well as GRADECO issuing a joint statement, or a statement issued by GRADECO indicating maintenance to be undertaken. We'll put that on the screens for you. And it looks like the power sector is under focus this morning, just a day after the President John Dramani Mahama, has started work, and the issues that it looks like he has to deal with, just the energy sector alone. We're already up privy to pictures and videos from that meeting with the chamber, the various IPPs, the players in the industry, and we'll bring you up to speed with the GRADECO statement, what they've been saying, and then also what you need to do and get to know by way of just being an ordinary Ghanaian, ordinary consumer of this sort of information. But look, we have to critically analyze that, and it looks like, Abdulaziz, what really is confronting, it looks like bigger than we thought.
It's far, far bigger than we are thinking. With the press release from GRADECO, you would notice that apart from what we are dealing with today, where we don't have fuel to power our plants, we're also being told that WAPCO will go for regular maintenance. In fact, this
maintenance... And if you say WAPCO is the West African
Gas Pipeline Company, this should have come on around October. But this government knowing very well that they were exiting.
You mean the previous government?
Yes, MPP.
When you say this government...
Exactly. I mean, we are still in that...
This government is
refers to
the
President
John
Mahama
government.
What the Akufo-Addo regime did was to negotiate with them or request of them to postpone the scheduling maintenance to January 20th up to February 16th, when they know very well that they won't be in power at that time. It should have been done in October. They said, no, please do it in January up to February. Now, you've left power. We are being told, if you look at the release, that if we don't get enough fuel to compensate for the deficit in supply of gas, we will need about $90 million to import fuel just for 26 days, because the maintenance will be from 20th of January to 16th of February. GRADECO says that if we don't have fuel, right, to power our plants, we will need as much as $90 million. Prof, if you were to use the CD exchange rate of 16 Ghana cedis to $1, that gives about 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. Where would President Mahama and the NDC in the next few days be able to get about 1.5 billion Ghana cedis just to sustain our power for 26 days? That's unfair. If you had allowed them to do that in October, I'm sure by now we would have had some briefing space. So apart from the fact that today we're in crisis, we don't have fuel today, Wednesday, we don't have fuel to power the plants. There's even a bigger problem ahead of us, that they will go for regular maintenance, and when they do, there will be some deficit in the supply of gas to the thermal enclave, and that would mean that we'd have to import more fuel to power the thermal plants, and that is even on the assumption that the hydro plants would run at optimal levels. And so we're in crisis, but I trust in the judgment of President Mahama to be able to deal with the issue. But of course, the Ghanaian public must be carried along. We need to share information with them. We need to tell the Ghanaian public where we are, the kind of crisis that Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have left for President Mahama to deal with, all with the reason that, look, let's start President Mahama of bringing back Edumso. To what end? What would you achieve? You are so wicked and insensitive to the extent that even when you are leaving power, you want to leave Ghana in this state. That's not fair. But like I said, we need to carry the Ghanaian public along. But trust me, all the issues that we raised when Johnny and Beatrice were discussing the speech that President Mahama delivered yesterday, nobody should be under the pretense that the issues that we raised during the campaign were just for the purposes of campaigning. If the issues that has to do with Cecilia Dapa, the Sputnik fee issue, the SML deal, all these issues, we would revisit them and we'll make sure that we retrieve for this country what they have stolen from this country, and when they need be that people are jailed, they'll be jailed, just to serve as a lesson for not just for the MPP, even for we as a new government. We will not allow anybody to tarnish our image. No.
All right. So this is a great co-report about the power supply outlook for the West African gas pipeline offshore pigging from the 20th to February of this year. That'll be up to February 16, and the projections thereof. And if you look at this, they're indicating that WAPCO or Ghana Gas Pipeline will have to undertake maintenance, and this was rescheduled, should have been done from October, and so now pushed to January. And it will subsequently mean that, of course, they have to do some rationalization of the supply of power, so to speak. So subsequently, also making sure that they do what is right by way of natural gas supply in Takoradi and Kumasi, and also talking about same supply for the plant in Tema. And Solo, this will require some strategic undertakings in terms of what the communication should be from the government. And then also, how do you think this could be received by the various key stakeholders?
I mean, it's for the government to go to all of us. Now, we are all aware that this problem has deliberately been created by the S1 and Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. But Roland, you remember that as far back as February, we are told by Nana Kumia that the New Patriotic Party knew they were losing the elections. That's February of 2024. So for them to have postponed the maintenance in October means it's a way, it was a way of pushing the troubles to John Mahama so that the Ghanaian would say that he is well noted for this doom, so it's normal. We cannot live our lives like that. I believe that the president, together with his team, as a matter of urgency, must communicate in clear terms to Ghanaians, whatever it is, whatever we are facing or we intend to be facing, so that all of us will be with him along the way. If we try to hide some of the informations, that is where the problems will begin. I overheard you say that in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, for instance, we are owing about 428 million.
186.
186.
400.
486 million Ghana, right? Was it not the same ministry that they expended close to $250 million on the All Africa Games?
Yeah. I'm sure some of those liabilities thereof maybe from...
No, I mean, the Office of the Special Prosecutor was... We petitioned him, myself and the running mate of the Movement for Change, and I don't know what has come of it, when those monies were expended. The $34 million that the former minister claimed he expended on the completion of the stadium, the $15 million that they claimed they used on cooking food for less than 5,000 people, the 4.5 million or so that they used on tax, accreditation, and so on and so forth. You cannot go and spend all these monies and turn around and come and tell us that we are owing 428 million Ghana cedis. Let's convert this 428 million Ghana cedis into dollars and see the greatest disservice. They use $60 million to renovate. They claim Le Mans, Elizabeth Say, and then what's the other one? Those stretch. I'm happy Prof is here. These are hostels that are already accommodating students. I took the trouble of going back to check whatever.
You went there yourself?
I went there, I visited some of the rooms, and I couldn't believe it that the former Minister of Youth and Sports, together with the administration, could tell us that they expended $16 million in renovation. All that they did was to put in place air conditioners.
They want to remove them.
Yeah, remove them. They installed them.
They want to remove them.
Look, there is a ministry. What's the name of that department that is in charge of supervision of schools? There is a
Get Fund?
No, there is another institution like that. Supervision of schools. The office at Jolu here. I'll get it for you. Go and see what the woman who was supervising that place has done. Taking state vehicles, every computer and anything that is there, the woman has taken it away.
So there will need to be proper audits?
Proper.
And accountability?
Accountability, as we are speaking, but...
Is that part of oral?
No, this one goes beyond oral. This one, we know those that have stolen our items. It is a matter of going to take it and bring it back. Nobody should bring any semantics, legal technicalities here and there. Because we know the monies and the items are with them. I have just told you that that woman, I'll get you the name of the institution, she has gone with state car. We go and retrieve for the state. It's as simple as that. If our money is in your pocket, you bring it back. The woman that said she used $50 million to cook, let's go into the food.
$15 million. That should be about in Ghana.
$60 million. Roland, do you believe it?
What I do know is that for international tournaments,
yes,
because of the safety of the team,
yes,
so teams and if they're government delegation, they cook for themselves.
So the Egyptians even didn't eat the continent.
Yeah. So what happens is that most countries,
yes,
they don't eat from the tournament organizing committee,
yes,
camp or eatery.
Exactly.
Because of the safety, because you never know who can sabotage your team.
Yes.
Because of competition purposes.
Yes.
So usually you take your own chef, you do your cook. So $50 million, that's the report we're told.
But do you believe in this report, Roland? Let's be real.
Procurement.
Some monies are hiding in people's pockets.
Procurement.
And the bankers we have in this country do us the greatest honor. Some of them have the money, though a lot are in people's, what's the name, polytanks and under bears here and there. Some are also in bank accounts. Help us to retrieve, to build this country. You understand? You want to say something?
No, I was just looking at the lecture that they have displayed.
Yes, but the point is that
it's a report. It's a report.
It's a report.
It's a great report.
So just go down the conclusion.
Yeah.
What's the conclusion?
You mean the recommendation?
The recommendation. Let's go down. You see, they have something there.
Okay. So Shadrach, let's have the WAPCO, the Great Core report on the WAPCO.
See the conclusion.
But you see, some of these things to Great Core and these people, they shouldn't wait for governments to change before they begin. You see, when you do that, it means you must also be drafted into the whole melee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's why I say that some of these public servants,
it's your allegiance to the state or to individuals.
That's what they do.
You knew very well that by postponing it was going to create a problem for the country. You sat and now you have written beautiful nonsense. See.
Oh, beautiful nonsense.
What should I do with it?
I want them to go down to the conclusion.
But even the quality of the infrastructure, is it not affected?
It's affected.
If you have to do maintenance.
Yes.
And then you postpone it.
It will affect the
okay, so let's go to the conclusion. It says there's a deficit in generation capacity during the period of WAPCO. That's 7. Conclusion. Point 7. All right. So it says there's a deficit in generation capacity during the period of the WAPCO pigging exercise, and we know there's going to start from this January. There is therefore the need to procure liquid fuel to run thermal plants in Tema to meet demand, and a total of $89.9 million is required to purchase liquid fuel to run thermal plants in order to meet demand for the period. And so,
okay, it's here. Go to 0.70.
Yeah. Yeah. But Mr. Abdullah, somebody will say this is procedural. Is that a correct question to ask?
Oh, how can that be? That we are supposed to do maintenance
in October.
Because of campaign, political expediency, you ask them to reschedule to somewhere somewhere January, when you know you won't be in power again. They do that.
But that time they didn't know they will not be in power.
No, but they knew. They knew their own research. I told them they were living.
Because we had not conducted the elections.
You say?
We had not conducted the elections.
But I'm saying that, look, government knew that they were more likely going to leave power.
So then it means that they were going to face this problem.
So all that they wanted was that let's cross.
But it is just reckless. It's
reckless on their part. They just wanted to cross the elections.
It's reckless. It's
$89.9 million US. Right. Look, they're even talking about we must start working on generation capacity. the excess power that they talk about. Gridco is now telling us that
we have to work
when you look at the 2025 demand, we must start working towards increasing our generation capacity to 4,400.
But we also have to emphasize this is not a public document. It's an internal report of Gridco.
Internal report of a
submitted to who? They were submitting it to.
By the last quarter of 2025, if this thing is not done,
yes,
a peak period of getting 4,415,
yes,
then we'll go back to systemic doomsday again.
Do you get it?
But I thought the previous government signed some take-or-pay,
well,
contract.
They are still in preparatory stages. We're told that we have excess power. We're paying for excess power, excess capacity that we didn't need. President Mahama going to sign take-or-pay agreements today. Gridco, not President Mahama. Not as if
but they're only a transmitter of power. So.
Exactly, but
this is just an internal report. This is a report.
But they are the industry player.
They've not added a single megawatt to our generation capacity. And you've landed us also in Luso again before leaving power. How can it be this wicked?
Okay.
How can we even have ESLA?
So the question
is supposed to solve this legacy debt. You said you came to me 2.5 billion. When Mr. Mahama and co came up with this ESLA, they were able to pay some hundreds of millions of dollars of some of the debt. Then you take over, you go and hedge it, and we are not able to clear this legacy debt. And you are saying that what you came to meet is what you are leaving. You are leaving 2.5 billion or so dollars for us to still service against. So the legacy debt is still a legacy debt after 8 years. In Tree, they say, did we go or did we come? I don't know.
So you see, if you look at the report, it's talking about two scenarios. The first scenario is where Ghana would be able to import fuel worth $19 million US.
Yeah,
the second scenario would be where we will not be able to do that. Now, if we are not able to do that, according to their own report, at peak hours, during peak time, we can only, available capacity during peak hours would be 2,804. That's what we can be able to produce. Capacity. Demand will be 3,853.
So if you subtract
about over 1,000 megawatts a deficit. Can you imagine what proportion of this country would be in darkness if we don't get that fuel?
And the amount of money we will lose.
We will lose. And that's
industries will have to secure plants,
cost
power,
implications.
yes, the cost implications.
And so we are in crisis, and Ghanaians need to know what we are going through.
I think we should go for the first alternative.
Which is?
The 89.something million.
Whether or not the money is even available.
You've cleared your treasury. They approved $5 billion for first quarter of 2025 for CAPEX. The budget that they did for the first quarter of 2025, 5 billion Ghana cedis for the first quarter. Monday, they spent 2 billion.
Well, the President Mahama has the goodwill of the international community, and I think that they will equally do well to assist Ghana
to support.
in this direction.
All right.
To support.
So we know that the president currently is meeting the power players at the moment. We'll put the pictures on the screens for you. Again, we'll get the latest again from Komla Kluche, who is monitoring that meeting for us. They'll be on the screen. The pictures will be on the screens very soon for you. And we already also do know that the chamber, that is the IPPs themselves and the rest, they are having their meeting to make sure that they are able to give some finality. And Shadrach will get onto the Synergy page and give us those contents so that we're able to do that as quickly as possible. So when it's ready, we'll put that on the screens for you, and then we'll get the latest from Komla Kluche as well to get to know what really is transpiring when it comes to the industry, and then also what the decisions at the policy level is being taken by the president and then the team. But Professor Kobi Mensah, what should be, it looks like the situation now, what should be the response of the government straight away in trying to give the assurances for the consumers about the situation?
Well, I think that clearly as for a consumer, what you're concerned about is availability of service. Clearly, it doesn't look like the service is going to be there. So there's going to be what we call service failures. Now, in business, when there's a service failure, your first issue is to own the issue, ownership. By ownership would mean that you need to describe the situation in total to the customer. Tell them exactly what the situation is. And then tell them the roadmap, how you're going to use or you're going to go to salvage the situation. And then, of course, you apologize for that. Now, then again, you need to give us a roadmap of how the situation would not happen again. So I think that immediately after the meeting with the power players, the players who are responsible, the stakeholders, the government machinery should be out there being absolutely transparent to tell us what the situation is. And then, of course, to tell us the solutions that they have proffered during the meeting with the stakeholders. And give us the timeline. If we need to have a certain load shedding timetable, please don't come and do like NAPO did by saying generate your own timetable. Don't say that it's too early and therefore people's confidence will be low. No, please, let your people tell us that we need a load shedding timetable and give us the timetable. That way people would appreciate it because we would better resource ourselves. People will better plan when they have to iron, when they have to. Don't do NAPO, please, because that would be compounding the problem. Then that becomes your problem.
We can't do that.
You know, be very transparent. Say that, guys, there's going to be load shedding. And I've asked PUIC or whoever is responsible to give us the timetable. And then give us the timeline that we think is going to run through for the next 2 months because of the situation. And after this, this is the roadmap. This is how long-term we're going to solve it. Then Ghanaians are very much aware. But if you say that, oh, it will be too early to give them timetable, people will say, hey, Mahama again, he's brought them so, because you don't want that time. Yeah. Please, that one shouldn't be that propaganda. We don't want that propaganda.
Yesterday, if you listen to President Mahama, there was a place where he said he'll be sincere to the Ghanaian people. Yeah. He's noted for being a truthful. He'll be truthful to us. He'll be sincere
he has to be truthful to the latter. Yes. You know, immediately after this meeting, they should come and tell us the solution they have preferred.
I agree with you.
If we have to arm ourselves by timetable and tell people, please, from today, if you get a light, iron your stuff. Yeah. And then let us start communicating from here and to the regions, Greater Accra, Ashanti region, Western region, everybody that, look, this is what they have done. I cannot keep quiet on that.
Even to have pictures like this, as
very
the
assuring.
meeting is going on.
Very assuring.
It's reassuring.
You know, at least we can see the players.
So we know that the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, as well as the Executive Secretary to the President, Dr. Callistus Mahama, and then also John Jinapo, who just spoke to us not too long ago, is also there. I see. Is that Amakufibwa or Cletus Avoka? Okay.
Or is that Cletus?
No, Amakufibwa is there.
Okay, and then I also see some IPP representatives also there as well.
But one thing I forgot about it, once they are doing this, there should be a team preparing to hold those people who have brought us to this.
It's very important.
To account. If they have to be called to Parliament,
how can you do this?
To answer, now they are in their private capacities, but they have served the country. So look, in the US, in the US, right? In the US, Zuckerberg, private business, all right? That is Facebook, Meta, was hauled to the Senate to go and answer security questions. Yeah. Google, from time to time, they've been hauled to, all right? TikTok, currently, they're having problems with the US government. Once you have served the country and are taking reckless decisions, you must be hauled to authority, even in your private capacity.
All right.
So once we solve this, we should take...
Well, we've had some interaction with Felix Kwachofosu, who speaks for the Office of the President, and it is here. This is what he has to say.
we've just... No, this is amazing. So which is which? All right, so... Can I go? Yes, please. All right, so thank you very much. As you can see, we just came out of an urgent meeting chaired by the Chief of Staff. And all the key players in the energy sector, in the management of Ghana's energy sector, were present. There is a grave matter that needed to be addressed. First of all, government needed to be briefed. And then we needed to hear what exactly can be done in the circumstance. But in order that you have a full appreciation of what the issues are, I'm going to invite Mr. Frank Otri, who is the Director, Systems Operations of GRIFCO. So he will step forward and brief you, after which I'll come back to add some closing remarks. Thank you very much. Mr. Otri, the floor is yours. Thank you. Please, can you come inside the gate? Let's go, please.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. So we came here because the West African Gas Pipeline Company informed about some plant maintenance activity that has to be done on the gas pipeline that runs from Nigeria and brings gas to Ghana. This, as they informed, is a critical maintenance after a certain number of hours and period of running to ensure the integrity of the pipeline. Now, this work requires that the pipeline, that the portion which sends gas to power plants in Tema will be shut down for the period. The period they need to do the maintenance is about 1 month. Now, because the gas that they supply to Tema plants in Tema is going to be shut down, it is needful that we get some liquid fuels for some of the plants in Tema to run so that we continue to have adequate supply even during the period of the pigging. What we came to inform the government is that yes, there are some liquid fuels, but it's not enough to cover for the period of the pigging. And so efforts have to be made to get enough volumes of the liquid fuel so that that critical maintenance can go on as planned. So this is what we came to inform the government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll take it up from here. So what it is that that is precisely what has happened. Government has been briefed in order to address the situation, because we know that it is pretty urgent. A technical committee has been set up that has representatives from all the key players in the management of Ghana's energy sector. And they have, up until the close of day today, to put before government a roadmap on what exactly needs to be done and how it can be done. So you can rest assured that government is taking the matter seriously and will do what has to be done in order to avert any difficulty for the people of Ghana. It needs to be stressed that the pigging exercise, or if you like, the maintenance exercise on the pipeline, should have been carried out in October of last year. Government then, the MPP government, requested that they shift it to January 20th in order that they will have sufficient time to procure the alternative fuels, that is the liquid oils, to power the thermal plants within the period that gas will not be available. At least in about 2 national security briefings that the then president-elect held with the present government, he asked about the status of the procurement of oils, and he was given firm assurance by the then government that they had put mechanisms in place to resolve the situation, that there will not be the difficulty that we are talking about today. It does appear that that promise was not kept, and therefore the responsibility has shifted to the present government. But President Mahama is alive to the task, and adequate responses will be fashioned to address this particular concern. Thank you very much.
Do we get the feeling that WAPCO would be sticking to the timeline of the January 20th, or the deferral is what you may be exploring?
Well, various options are on the table, and as I indicated, there's a committee, a technical committee, with representation from all the key players in the energy value chain that will be meeting, and they have close of day today to present a roadmap. So all options that can be explored to, first of all, avert any difficulty and address the situation at hand will be put on the table, and government will make a decision based on what we receive.
Will Dumso be returning?
Well, I think that we need to wait for the work the committee to know exactly what can be done. The idea is to ensure that we minimize any impact, as it were, of this particular situation.
Okay, so if anything I understand is, if there is any problem right now in regards to the power crisis, it would cost fuel that was supposed to be purchased earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been in government for 1 day. I'm not sure that you can order and have fuel delivered to you in 1 day. Yes. So, as I indicated, this should have been done at least in October. Government then said that they needed up to January 20th to put their house in order and do the procurement of fuel. During the security briefings that President Mahama had, he asked specific questions regarding the status of implementation of that plan. He was giving firm assurance that everything was in order, only for us to discover, as of yesterday, that had not been done. And that is why, as a responsible government, we've taken up the mantle to ensure that we do the right things. So it has to be stated clearly that it was some dereliction of duty on the part of the outgoing government that has resulted in this situation. But we will take the steps that are necessary to address it.
Well, as it is also, we need to get what's imminently the latest up to the minutes, and Komla is joining us. Komla, you take a look at what had transpired and then subsequently what the great co-representative said after that meeting. Who were those who composed the meeting? What are they saying? Who are they in terms of those within the generators and that sector? And what has been the response so far of the Chief of Staff and the team from the President's office?
Jonathan, come.
Okay. We're here, right here. It looks like we're setting him up. So that's it. And it looks like... Okay, so he's back. Kobla? Komla? Okay, so there's a bit of delay. So this is the private office.
That's not him. So you come back to.
Okay, so this is the private office. So we'll set him up properly, and then we'll be able to. All right. So I was asking you what's. Okay. So Komla, so far, what has been the reaction of the Chief of Staff who chaired that meeting? Who were the key players from the industry in that meeting regarding this very vexed matter?
Yes, I mean, in terms of the reaction of the Chief of Staff, yes, of course, they had some assurances from what we're told, and even in that interaction. At that national security briefing, which he himself was there, he said the assurances were given them only for them to be sworn into office just yesterday and be met with the reality. But they cannot complain about it except to face the reality and deal with it. And so they are the government of the day, and they have to accept responsibility of what the status quo is as of now and offer a solution. And so clear timelines he has issued to the technical team. In fact, he was even willing to give them up to between 2 to 3 days, but the team led by John Jinapor, Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, and Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, and these three individuals should tell you the gravamen of the situation, with Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, so to speak, representing finance. You need to possibly work out together money. The Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa also has some a former Minister of Energy, and also John Jinapor, a former power minister. So it tells you the interest in them, but they have said that the technical team, you know, from here, in fact, just right from here, because the president is meeting the envoys in just a couple of minutes, they've been moved to another location for the constitution of the technical committee, and by close of the day, clear timelines would be given. And so the Chief of Staff's 2 to 3 days that he was actually thinking about, the team said no, they can do it today, and by close of the day, that will happen, because Ghanaian people who voted them into power do not have the laxity of time or the patience to wait for them. You are in office, and so no excuse whatsoever will be given. And so, yes, that commitment they have exhibited. We can only wait to see at the end of the day what the outcome of the Constitutional Technical Committee will be. In terms of the people who attended, PURC was there, GRADECO was there, Sempower was there, Senator Asogli was there, the current boss of the bulk oil storage company, Oscar Provincial, was also there as well. And almost all the players, I must say, they were summoned to that meeting by the Chief of Staff, who was also assisted by the Executive Secretary to His Excellency the President, Dr. Callistus Mahama, who were in that meeting together with John Jinapor, Emmanuel Amakufibua, and Dr. Kesa Latoforsen. And so some seriousness. Even at the beginning of the meeting, we had John Jinapor indicating that this meeting should be given all the seriousness it deserves and the clear timelines that they would be given. No excuse whatsoever would be taken from any of the players. And so the government of the day has taken seriously what's the looming for want of a better word, crisis is, and assuming responsibility of solving it. And so that is what it is. But whilst at that meeting, there were some questions that were asked. For instance, WAPCO, they were supposed, 20th January is when they are supposed to turn off for the maintenance or the pigeon. But it does appear, and then in that sound clip we played a short while ago when I asked Mr. Ofusikwachi what whether they are exploring a deferment. Well, yes, WAPCO did say that, yes, of course, they can look at a deferment, but they equally have contractors who are on the field, and these people are equally charging money, and as long as they delay on the field, they incur a lot of costs. In terms of money that is being looked at, I heard in the region of $236 million that is needed for the purchase of the fuel that is needed by this plant to operate. Where the government is going to get $236 million from remains unanswered. But it's critically important as well to get answers from the technical committee as to what the way forward is. Most probably, the option may be to look at a deferment for the government to organize itself in the interim, get the money and arrange it. Because even as of now, if arrangement is made for fuel to be brought into the country, it cannot take an hour or two or even 24 hours. We get the indication that maximum 2 weeks is what is required to have the fuel into the country. And even if it comes into the country, we get the indication from GRADECO, they need about 2 weeks to be able to treat the fuel they will use. And so it requires a lot of time. That is how dire the situation is from this meeting that we have had.
So it means that if there will be resolution of this impasse or this difficulty or stalemate that the GRADECO and its clients find themselves, what then are the resolutions themselves from the stakeholders? I mean, the IPPs who have their representatives. I'm asking this because I see Dr. Elikplim Apetogbo also in there, who heads the chamber, but also tends to represent Senator Asogli and many of those IPPs as well.
No, I mean, they have not given what the solution is as of now. It's the more reason why the technical team or the technical committee would have to be formed quickly, and then they would look at the solution. And it's the reason why they have moved right from the private office of the office of John Dramani Mahama to their own office to be able to put together all of this. And so we can only wait. Let me see if I can catch a brief one with Mr. Jinapor. John Jinapor.
Has briefed you.
Yes, he's briefed me. The issue is about, we had you in the talk about the fact that by close of the day, the technical committee would be formed and then you will see a way forward. What's that assurance that yes, by close of the day, I recall in the meeting, you said you do not need 2 days or 3 days to do that. By close of the day, it will be done. What is the assurance to the people of Ghana?
Well, it's the Chief of Staff who has instructed us. He says we should report to him by close of today. So we have to report to him by close of today. If it means staying till midnight, that's what we'll do. We've already constituted a team, and so we'll start work immediately. We have 2 meetings with His Excellency.
Yeah.
Once those meetings are done, we'll move straight to work on the technical work. So that should be done. Thank you.
All right. Many thanks, John Jinapor. He doesn't want to talk too much on it, but that's it. Like he said, it is the instruction of the Chief of Staff, and so the timelines would have to be met. And so by close of the day, a way forward would be seen.
In the response from John Jinapor, but mainly it also means that the position of the various IPPs are very critical to this. Because if you remember, the Finance Ministry about 2023 had said that they had some discussions with them on how the main debt of 1.5 billion will be paid. And then subsequently, we've had a pile up of additional 1 billion, making it 2.3 billion, 2.5 billion. Now we're told that we could even exceed that 2.5 billion, and it's still piling up, and this money is needed. So we'll say, are the IPPs gone, or their representatives gone at all, or they still are around?
No, so they've moved from the private office of His Excellency the President to where they'll be meeting. That location is not known, but what is important is that by close of the day, they would or they must get back to the Chief of Staff on what the way forward is and what can be done urgently to avert what appears to be the looming, for want of a word, crisis in the energy sector. But it is important. It is important to note that the Chief of Staff has been very, very, very clear in terms of the directives that he's given to the people with respect to the urgency of the matter. And like I did hear you early on in the course of the day, in the course of the morning, indicating that already people are saying that yes, the government has been voted for, whatever the situation is. There's no need for an excuse now. He appears to find that also very important, because they can no longer give excuse to the people of this country who would want to stay in their homes, go to work, and enjoy the power or the lights being on any other time that they need it. And so they have to work around the clock to bring the situation under control. And so we can only wait till the technical committee by close of the day, comes out with a solution or a way forward on the matter, and then we can get to see what that will be.
So let's get this clarity. The president is operating from his private office?
Yes, for now, these meetings that are going on, from what we understand from the handlers, is that it will be done from here until further instructions. We are yet to know when he would move to the Flagstaff House. I say Flagstaff House because every other handler of his keeps talking about Flagstaff House, and so that is how they would want to view it. I would not be surprised if the insignia on the walls of the seat of government is changed from Flagstaff House, from Jubilee House as it is now to Flagstaff House, because I mean it's what it's been. In 2016, when it was Flagstaff House, we saw it immediately. The government lost power. I think just the following day after the swearing in, we saw it being changed on the wall just across the street where our studio is. It will not be surprising if the same thing happens again, seeing it being moved from Jubilee House to Flagstaff House, because on the lips of the handlers and many of the the NDC people who are senior members of the party, they keep talking about Flagstaff House, Flagstaff House, Flagstaff House. And so I will not be surprised if they go back to Flagstaff House in terms of how they would describe the seat of the government.
On your interaction, of course, it has to be, this has to be communicated formally, but as to when that inspection and occupation could be done for the Flagstaff House, do they have any timeline?
Roland, if you can repeat the question again.
Okay, so the moving into the Flagstaff House, do you have any idea when that could happen? A month from now, 2 months from now? Because there have to be renovation works, and then also there are security checks that need to be undertaken by the preferred national security outfits, etc.
I think as we speak, those things have been done. We are not quite clear on the timelines, and that is not being communicated to us as of yet. But for today, what we know is that these meetings, for instance, we know he will be holding bilateral talks with the Commonwealth Group. He will also be having another meeting with the World Bank Group as well. All of that would happen here in his cantonment office. We can only wait to see when he will move into the seat of government. But there's no indication that probably today he will be doing that. We cannot tell that for certain that will be happening. Okay, so Roland, His Excellency the President is just right in his office now. He's just arriving in his private office now. So that's him. John Dramani Mahama has just arrived in his office. And, congratulations, Your Excellency.
Oh, thank you. Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Good. How are you?
Okay, so he's just entered into his meeting now. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so he's just going to be starting the meeting pretty shortly. The Africism Bank boss is the one who is here now, and that meeting is what they're going to be doing. And so we will just wait and see what it is. So the president has started work, and his first meeting is with the Africism Bank group, who are calling on him for this meeting. So we will truncate the broadcast now, because this is supposed to be done in a private one. Cut it.
Sorry, that's what I read. You're welcome.
Yes.
All right, so a closed-door meeting, as usually is referred to in governance circles. So this closed-door meeting with the AFDB representative, that's the African Development Bank, and we know that one of our partners when it comes to issues of finance and then also refinancing, so to speak. That space is then needed as it's just the first day, the working first day of President John Dramani Mahama. We are trying in our wrap-up coverage to bring you up to speed with the latest from that office as well. What has been done earlier is a meeting chaired by the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, with the various IPPs and power generators and those who tend to manage the transmission as well. And so you start from the generation end, the transmission end. What we've not been able to confirm is whether the distributor is also there. That will be ECG and the representative from the PURC as well. But this has been occasioned as a result of concerns that have been raised by availability of crude as well as other sources of power generation in Ghana. And that, we're told, could lead to some level of outages or effort to try to remanage what is generated due to shortages that could be experienced within, if not the next 24 hours, the subsequent days as well, just because of the unavailability of crude, as well as other sources for generating power right here. And Solomon, if we have to look at the beginning of the first day of the administration of John Mahama, it looks like a tight corner he finds himself.
Yes, but I'm also happy with the way and manner they are beginning to draw in sector players, technical people to be answering to the Ghanaian people. My only worry was that, or disappointment was that the journalists did not ask Mr. Ochi, for instance, when the maintenance was supposed to take place and why they decided, as technical people, to defer it. To whose interest? Were they serving the interest of the Ghanaian people, or they were serving the interest of a political party? We cannot be doing that to ourselves. Putting a man who had just been sworn in into a very tight corner. Issues like fuel must not be something that must be preoccupying any government. We have serious issues to deal with. You saw yesterday the inauguration, the number of ordinary Ghanaians that were there. All of them have expectations. And I can tell you that about 70% of those that were there, their problems has to do with unemployment. So if a government comes to office and instead of thinking about crucial matters, what is confronting how to procure fuel, something that should have been done by the previous administration, then it's a cause of worry. And to add to that, I overheard him saying that if WAPCO was to defer its maintenance, that means we will incur some cost. And that is where Prof's position of drawing past government officials to answer for their work becomes very relevant. Because we cannot just go and spend for no work. Because of trying to sway the minds of the people of this country that there wasn't any problem. We can't be doing that. And so Herbert Crapper must note, if he was part of the decision, those at the Greco itself, they must begin to interview them as to why they did not insist. Because we don't expect that tomorrow when the new NDC party is not in power, they will come back and tell us that we have pressing issues. Nobody is going to entertain that. So if you are a technical person and you allowed this thing to happen to the country called Ghana, you must answer for it, as well as your decision maker, the boss. Then all of us can move forward. So it's a welcoming. They should be transparent to all of us. I've seen that now. Sometimes, early days, people are transparent, but when they begin to gain their feet, that is where Roland you call and they will not pick your call. But my brother sitting here, I know him not to be like that. He's a fine gentleman, he will pick. But if he also decide to join the fray, like this morning, you are beginning to see the MPP people. CID was sitting here. The moment he became DC, I never saw him again.
I thought he was your friend.
Friend in
the first day in office, you've seen us allow media men.
No, it's a very good thing. I have already praised.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. But it's a normal thing, though. It's not the first time you'll be seeing this.
Let's give the benefit of the family going to inform the president about the death of a statesman or about a funeral.
At least
about the issues that
I remember the last time they were didn't meet the press till the time they ended.
They never did it.
I remember
somebody didn't do it. So
I remember the first transition we had in the year 2000. There used to be people in the opposition party at the time, the MPP, who would wait for us in the newsroom of TV3 if our cameras were out. All right? They would wait until the cameras were back in some instances before they organize a press conference.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because you have to watch TV3 news.
Yeah. So,
you know,
but
and then post 2001, we're doing a lot of stories. They'll say, sometimes they'll even say it's the state of the nation. But the president will say that we're enemy of the state. It happened post 2008 as well.
Enemy of the state.
Yeah, so.
But like I said,
I mean, not in the same words.
Yeah, but
when you're critical of those things. But it also shows how you need to make sure you contribute to the democratic values of the
It's
country.
not only you, the media, we, the
civil society actors.
Those of us.
The civil society
I mean,
actors.
the observers and
the brand new.
Brand keke. They hold you. Me, I've been stopped at the airport and I won't stop saying it. They stop me at the airport every time I'm traveling.
Oh,
yes. I don't know why. The person who is in front of me never stops.
The person behind you is never stops.
Behind me never stops. And I keep asking the lady, why are you holding me every time? He said, yeah, we can't tell you. Oh, my boss has to come in. They keep doing that. For 7 good years, I've been doing this.
So you also?
So I don't know. I'm on SL.
But Roland,
I don't know. But anyway, they should do whatever they want.
This one is not a press conference. It's not a presser. It's not about they're going to inform the president about there's some funeral of a chief somewhere. It's about the issue that affects all of us.
Sure.
At least President Mahama during the campaign said that, look, when I become president, I'll open the books for everyone to see. This is what he meant by I'll open the books. If I allowed in your station to come and see how they are interacting with the stakeholders within the power sector. And so transparency, be rest assured that President Mahama and the NDC will be more than transparent for the people of this country.
Yes, I remember that since 2019, if my memory serves me right, former President Akufo-Addo stopped meeting the press.
Yes, yes.
From 2019.
Yes.
I wonder what he was hiding or what he
So
was afraid of.
okay, so we'll expect a different
But
thing
you see,
from the current
President Mahama brought a different thing altogether in terms of his relation with the media. And you could see that before the 2020 elections, you see, he found a way of projecting himself after the 2016 debacle. And you could see that he was always ready to meet the media.
Yes.
And I've noticed something about him. He's widely read. And though he's a communication, guru, historian for that matter, look, the man has really read, like Mr. Rollins. He doesn't have a problem appreciating issues of the economy.
Yeah.
And he can give you a rendition that you will marvel as if he's an economist. Because, look, if it's not the case that he's widely read, he would have been shying away.
Of course.
Yeah. He would have been shying away.
He's very engaging to the
And
media.
apart from scandals and other things, I've said that. Look, Dr. Bawumia was indeed a disappointment to President Akufo-Addo. Because the reason why he chose him, he did not in any way fulfill that. Because the man knows that he's data shy. He's mathematically disoriented.
And then he called you.
Yes, and he calls you. So you are the henchman. You are the right man. So
he came to use the data. He came to use the data as propaganda words. Everything. Oh, the data shows. Meanwhile, you were lying. He used the word data in a propaganda manner because he realized that the new Ghanaian, the emerging so-called professionals, the tech guys, love to use the word data. So even if there is no evident data, the data says that. The data says that. And he came to propagandize it.
He was not interrogating any data.
No.
Because for you to tell us that your economy as we see it now, is or was better than that which you met, then I don't know which data you interrogated.
They use it as a
But I wanted
propaganda
to find out, what is
Data
the
has suffered.
Bolgatanga MP?
I don't go.
Yes.
Yes, he's there.
He ought to have been part of this meeting.
Well,
he also has this. He's also a finance guy.
But Adongo is a very intelligent, smart gentleman.
Seriously.
But the thing is that if you look at the videos that we saw,
you mean the interaction?
Yes,
interactive sessions.
Yes, we saw
from
Atu Forson there, who until recently was the ranking member on finance and economy.
He's quite.
Yes, yes, it's true.
I don't know
if
his health is okay.
No, I think because he was fighting the.
All right, so let's
fighting the seat, isn't it?
Okay.
Yes, he had to go and fight his seat.
All right, so
even Felix, until after the elections, Felix was quite quiet because he had to go and fight for the seat.
Yes.
When you have the duty of going to
but
your
that
seat.
place was already in the hands of MPP. But the person whom he contested previously,
you mean Felix?
Yes, did no longer contest.
Okay.
So they brought a new person.
Okay. So he had a fairer chance.
Yes.
But I still needed to, concentrate on the
But
question.
in the case of Adongo, he's the incumbent MP.
You will hear from him.
I'm surprised.
All right, so we'll go back to Komala Kluche to give us the latest update on what other actions will be taken by the president, and then also what important issues will be tackled on his itinerary this morning. And if Komala Kluche is ready, will give us the latest update on that. We'll try. Okay, so Komala, so far, what is on the itinerary apart from the 2 sessions we've seen so far from the office of the president?
Roland, even before we do that, there's a breaking news that's just coming in from the office of the president, revocation of appointment. And this is a letter from the chief director of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, and it's to the Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government and Decentralization, Rural Development, captioned revocation of appointment in accordance with the powers vested in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama under the provisions of the Local Governance Act 2016 Act 936 Acts as amended by the Local Governance Amendment Act 2017 Act 940. The following appointments have been revoked effective today. The chief executives of metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, assembly members appointed pursuant to relevant sections of this act. In the interim, the respective coordinating directors of the various MMDAs are directed to assume responsibility as acting chief executives until substantive appointments are duly made. Kindly take note and act accordingly. Signed, Callistus Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President, copied to the Vice President, the Office of the President, Jubilee House, then the Chief of Staff, the Office of the Jubilee House. So the news is that there has been revocation of appointments. And these individuals or these portfolios, chief executives of metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, and assembly members appointed pursuant to relevant sections of the Act, have had their appointments revoked. This is a letter signed and released just now by Dr. Callistus Mahama, who is the Secretary to the President. Actions are being taken immediately. Issues are happening right here, right on the clock at the office of the President. And this is what the breaking news is that we just got.
So by implication, is there any other response from any official in the office of the President? What actions need to be undertaken to keep the MMDAs running in lieu of the appointment that will be in waiting?
No, just this communication is what we have just had now, and it's come with nothing else apart from this. Whilst on air, this just came in, and we had to just break it. We have confirmed it, and we just had to break it, except to say that there is no other commentary on the matter, except clear decisions being made by His Excellency the President through his appointees, herein the Secretary to the President, Dr. Callistus Mahama.
All right. So I asked a question about what other issues will be discussed or will be looked at. You take a look at the itinerary of the President.
Yes, like I was saying early on before the President walked in, we had, when the President walked in, we had seen the Afri-Exim Bank boss, Professor Benedict Orama, reappointed as the Afri-Exim boss in 2020. He is the one who is meeting His Excellency the President. I mean, in his acceptance speech somewhere in 2020, he made it quite clear that he won an Africa where the foundations of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement are laid expeditiously, so that 84,000 kilometers of borders that have been divided for ages begin to come down, where trade among countries are respected. My understanding is that, yes, of course, on the campaign trail, John Mahama mentioned quite well the role he expects the AFTA to play. Having him, meeting him on the very first day, in fact, the very first assignment tells a lot the role he intends to play with him as the Afri-Exim boss, and also how it could leverage the businesses, the use of AFTA, and also the businesses, especially the local ones here in Ghana, competing or trying to break into the African market is of much significance to him. I cannot tell for sure if these issues about energy would also come to play in this discussion, the closed-door discussion that is ongoing. As we speak, just after this, he will be meeting the World Bank. He will also be meeting the Commonwealth, among others. These are critical institutions that John Mahama needs. Early in the morning, I heard you talk about how he needs to reach out to the Bretton Woods institutions, and how some level of confidence and hope should come to play. If this is anything to go by, it appears he doesn't want to give any excuse at all, because the mandate has already been given him, and he has to be seen as working in the interest of the country. We can only wait to see what the outcomes of these meetings would be like, and to what extent, you know, this will have benefits, so to speak, to the ordinary Ghanaian. But trade, very, very important, and also some level of exposure of Ghanaian businesses in the sub-region and on the continent of Africa. Very, very, very key to John Dramani Mahama, who is the President of the Republic.
Olakluche, thank you for the latest update. We can see that it's a sweaty morning for you, but don't worry. It's part of the reporting skills you've acquired over the period as well. And Dr. Asante-Okyere, so where do we move from here, knowing that this consideration will have to be? What sort of language should be coming from the office of the President to ordinary consumers and the Ghanaian people regarding this, knowing that there's a crisis that we could...
I think it's a matter of reassuring all of us that they are on top of their brief. They will have to continuously be transparent with us. It is, you see, sometimes there is a kind of dilemma in a philosophy of knowing and not knowing. You see, when you are there and you don't feel sick, you feel okay. Now, the decision is you go to the hospital and they tell you that there is something hidden. That could kill you. Then suddenly, you start falling sick. So, you see, so which of the two philosophies do we go by? Knowing or not knowing? Knowing will kill you, not knowing to you are living a life of bliss.
If we didn't know that there was hell, we would be chilling.
Of course. Of course. You see, so the point is that the communication must be apt, right? The communication must be apt. Nobody appreciates the idea of staying or sleeping in darkness, the heat. You know, Ghana, perpetually we have a visitation from the sun. So in the evening, you ought to have some kind of light so that, I mean, you don't face that particular heat. It is very discomforting. And so I am really appreciative of what I'm seeing, the pictures that I'm seeing. I think that he's really started well because I see in him as someone who will always be pinching himself, saying that this is where I've come from. And in his speech, he said that he will not take the electorate vote for granted, right? And what he's doing now, I think that it is quite reassuring, and he's living by the things that he said.
Okay. Your last words before we go, Solomon.
Yes, so I'm very happy that he's dealing with African, but whether or not he will succeed depends on how well we trade amongst ourselves on the African sub-region. So yesterday, for instance, I was very happy the military...
Please speak boldly. You are known for... You are losing steam. Bring him some water.
Bring me some water. So yesterday, I was very happy that even the military dantes or the regimes came to this country. I want to believe that having learned how we change our governments, they will also go back and replicate it and then begin to trade amongst ourselves. The business of Africa looking beyond ourselves and trying to do business with Asia, North America, Europe, is not what is going to save us. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area must be actualized. Borderless continent, so that the over 3 trillion value or volumes of business, we can take advantage of it to create employment opportunities for our people. I'm also sad that my brother Clement Opoku Jemfi just lost his job. I don't know whether because he came to TV3 this morning to defend the government a bit, then all of a sudden has flight. So what it means is that you are increasing the unemployment rate from 14.74 plus will be plus 0.00. But let us also caution some supporters of the National Democratic Congress. Roland, this morning I understand people have invaded Tema Development Corporation, that all those that were employed during the regime of the MPP must leave. No, you can't do that. You have to follow due process. If they went through the Public Service Commission or they were employed through the normal channel, you cannot take the laws into your own hands and do whatever. So I believe that the Chief of Staff, through this statement, would also do us that greatest honor by extending it to other institutions. If you are the boss of, say, or you are the head of, say, the police, and you have to go immediately, you sign it. Chief of Defense Staff, you have to go, you sign it, water, so that everyone is clear, that we know the positions available, that Ghanaians have to reoccupy it for us to move ahead. Now the MMDC, they are all clear in their mind that no one is going to work tomorrow. So that they are like me, they come and then we all begin to treat ourselves very well in opposition. That is what I'll say to you this morning. It's not encouraging at all. Seeing him living here just now with this statement. Oh, CID got the alert before he left here.
I'm sure. Leave lawyer Clement Jemfi alone. I'm
sure he got that.
It's my brother too.
Your last few words.
Let's see what happens by close of day. How we come out of the technical group meeting that they are going to have related to the power crisis that is looming. Let's see what happens by close of day. But on the revocation of the appointments of the MMDC, it is in good place. The coordinating directors of the British Assembly should take charge. I have that maybe in the next few days to come, they should dissolve all boards of state institutions, chief executive officers of state agencies.
One of the district.
Yes.
And the kinds of checks they were signing.
Yes. So
because I was waiting for the evidence, I've not gotten the documents.
Even vehicles. We know some are making attempts to change chassis numbers.
Wow.
They've gone to hide some of their vehicles. But you see, what they don't know is that if, for instance, we are appointed to go and head an institution, just ask for the assets register. Look at their fuel purchases, and you know what has been going on. And so I think that even boards of state agencies should be dissolved in no time. Chief executive officers can also proceed.
There's a known case in respect of that. You know, some Okujetu also led. Anyway,
yes.
We'll see how that goes.
Some of them, when you ask them even for assets register, the vehicles we have, you can see some variances in it. So I don't think they should be in office for even up to a week from today. Board should be dissolved. CEOs, let them go.
As we're doing this, legal practitioner Duji Tamaklo said he's watching keenly. We also hope that you are monitoring what's happening with the likely power outage. It says the daughter in Shira, Ifia Tamaklo, celebrating the birthday. So we wish you that they are all watching together. We'll see how that goes. But, Prof, I also know that you have some great platform. For example, to check academic admissions. I didn't know that you were into tech and all that.
Well, I'm actually into tech. I mean, I'm a very ardent tech follower.
Okay. Not the Baumia type.
No. Ours is not gaslighting. It's a proper tech. I have an admission checker. I think you know, it helps students to check the admissions, what we call chances going to the university. But that's not the only one. I have a software for the banks. You know, currently quite a number of banks are using it. So these are some of the things.
And what you
I think that accountability is very, very important, crucial. You know, we have always been talking about the accountability from the political side.
I know that you have
the admission checker. Yeah, the admission checker that.
So if you want to, you just go to the site?
Yeah, you go to the site, you put in your results, and then it tells you your chances of, you know, having a particular university or course. You know, before you even buy the, but even now, you can even use it as a Form 1, Form 2.
And the portal is what?
Terminal, admissionschecker.com. So you can check your terminal results to see if you get these results in your final, would you get admission? You know, so that you can help your wards to improve their result, I mean, their performance, etc. Yeah, so I was saying that, you know, we need to start drilling down accountability down to the technical people. The Greek or the WAPCO or whatever people, they need to answer to us. Why did they agree to extend, you know, postpone the maintenance, for example? Crapper and his people, they need to answer to us, although they are no longer in charge. They need to answer to us, why did they push us to that level where we only have 5 hours of whatever? You know, some of these, we can't let them go. You know, so for me, Ghanaians must start in their minds. You cannot let authorities, you know, leave that. Don't leave the political performances alone. Technical people must also be answered, right? And then, of course, the matter of transparency. Kudos to President Mahama.
When did Kappa take that particular position?
I think some few months.
Some few months.
Yeah.
So Napo should be the one answering those questions.
I mean, whoever is part of the.
You know, he was a deputy, so when Napo was not in subsequent, he was acting.
God, he answered.
And then he was being substantive.
That is why we are taking him on.
And I think that kudos to President Mahama is showing some good glimpses. They said Agrobese Shwanapa. I mean, we've seen him, you know, being
Today's
Anapa. So all right, we hope that he carries on.
All right. Okay, so Solomon, my discovery of the year 2024. Keep the fire blazing. 2025 as well. And then also former MP for Myong, Mohammed Abdulaziz. Thank you for coming as well. Has already started wearing what all of them, when they come to power, they wear.
I wouldn't mind you.
Ghana's coat of arms.
You are becoming a bad friend. I wouldn't mind
No,
you.
it's just on the side, don't worry. And then also, Dr. Asantiotre, PhD. So UCC, political analyst as well. Thank you for joining us. He moved to Accra the first week of December to help us with all the election issues. Actually, all of us, when I say all of us, the whole of the top media houses right here. And so he's done some great work. And then also, AKA admissionfastchecker.com.
Admissionchecker.com.
Okay. AKA admissionchecker.com.
Yes.
www.admissionchecker.com. So Professor compliments are pump up.
We're helping
it's
pump
right
up, pump up. We should help the young people.
And then Johnny Hughes, and then also Beatrice Edu. Beatrice Edu. Also, we have to wrap up.
Johnny has
Indeed.
inauguration. He's now on TV.
Oh.
New government.
Well, I love radio. Radio is on 3FM 92.7. We've been live on radio. 3FM 92.7, Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. And I like the sound of admissions checker. And I entreat, if you get your kids and your nephews and nieces,
nephews and nieces for now, yes.
Admissions checker, yeah. It will help them
that's
to
immediate.
know which schools and which programs will be good for them.
Yeah.
So, Prof, thank you very much for the admissions checkup. We have to go.
Indeed, and I'll be on in the next 7 minutes on 3FM 92.7 for the midday news, so you may join us as well.
If you just lost your job as an MMDC, sorry about that. We are with you. If I were you, I would have left a long time ago before now. I mean, don't wait to be sacked, right? You know what's good? Just go, all right? Just go. New Central is up next. Beatrice, we have to go.
Yeah, we have to go. My name is Beatrice Edu. Yes, I'm running to 3FM right now.
My name is Johnny Hughes, a.k.a. class prefect of team No Sleep. I joined the afternoon team, and now I'm with the morning team.
Yeah.
But you can listen to me tomorrow on 3FM 92.7. It's called Sunrise. It's the best breakfast morning show on radio with Helen Apiampofo, and you should tune in. You'll love it.
And join me in the next 6 minutes on radio.
This is Key Point, the #1 award-winning television news analysis program, providing an enlightened analysis of the key issues facing us